Hello.
At least the AFM is predictable. I just go into a death spin.
You predictably crash every time. Very nice.
Yes. Yes.
I have tested it out. My frequency of crashing is now 100%. Therefore, it is now fixed.
I don't know. I tested it today as well on the server with different mission, one of Grimm's. I can't get AFM or BFM to glitch, so whatever. I'm using
Ross? Ross? He's dead. He's gone.
Man is gone.
He got
By the
clapped.
way, anybody caught carrying an SVD will be shot.
Ooh.
I already got one.
Shit.
I like to be like, a satisfactory deal.
Oh wait.
Okay, I have to.
I have seen my purpose.
No,
and it is glorious.
What if I pick up an SVD?
Helicopter explodes.
No, there's
He'll do that on his own. Maybe it's a dog will never get you.
Wait.
Give him an SVD, he
Wait.
might live, boys.
Shit.
Ross shows a
Shit, fuck! Shit, fuck, that's a team leader slot!
in it now.
Shit!
Ross, it's too late.
You clever
You didn't
bastards!
see the senior part of the rifleman slot.
Well, no, because senior rifleman here is like what the guy, like, so here, you have your section commander,
Wrangler.
you have your section commander, then you have your 2IC, who's the, like, team leader, and then below the 2IC is the senior rifleman, who's, like,
Ross,
not
you played
ranking.
with this unit for 6 years soon. And every single Russian thing has always been Ifrita or senior rifleman as the team leader. I don't buy that excuse. You know that your body wanted you to team lead, and you just can't
That is
make
false. That is false, and you cannot prove that in a court of law.
Get him! You think this is a kangaroo
Which
court?
law? Which law? The monkey law?
proof
Google, I
is
got
nuts, Ross. Okay.
By the way, Ross,
Uh-huh.
you know the thing that you sent me this morning for me, which is like your afternoon, I suppose?
Yes.
Yeah. So I woke up in the middle of the night, read that, and then fell back asleep and had a fever dream about it. Thanks for that.
So I'm confused.
We're gonna be
Where
playing
are
it after
these
this if you want to
slots?
join in.
I
don't think there are maximum slots.
I don't think I'm stable enough.
I think you could just obtain SVDs places.
So, we're all playing BMC Wagner? What?
No.
No.
You know, hey. You
Please
know,
go to the nearest premises of an open wood clearing and get hit by an Akhtar. Thank you. Goodbye.
you know, fucking Operation Impotent Dick, Blue Drake's fucking shooter. Apparently,
What's the problem with Wagner?
there's a mission in that which is Wagner versus fucking Africa Corps.
Marshall.
Oh my god.
Somebody
Versus
on
French.
Jump down to Boris 2 medic.
on a map that's like
Jump down to Boris 2 medic.
it's on a
That's a
map
special
that's
bird.
like trenches in winter with like 6 feet of snow on the ground, and the fucking Africa Corps are running
I
around in
guess I
shorts.
cannot talk. I guess I cannot talk. Whatever.
No, you can't.
Not allowed to
Okay.
talk.
We got
SVD.
2 boys more loading in.
Boys loaded in good. That sounds ominous.
I'm
The
about
boys
to
are back
load.
down. Okay, we'll have a third team then.
Yo, Chelovek.
Who is volunteering
joining.
to team lead the third team? Boris 2.
Who wishes
wants
to
Shalavan?
sacrifice?
I was just about to say the exact same thing then.
Chelovek,
Okay, so,
the most useless squad in the world.
No, I can team lead,
no.
but you know, hierarchy and all that.
Really holding on to that one a year and a half later, huh?
Oh, I see. Azrael's
I'm
really
sorry, I
putting his
mean,
ass on the line.
I'm not
Huh?
gone up in the hierarchy, so I'm still at the bottom.
You have an SVD?
What I do?
You are a certified bottom, Marshall. This is
6
I am
feet
still at the
under.
bottom.
When next
I like
Blob
the
Mom, by the
SVD.
way? When
Never.
when
He's asking me
NVA,
very nicely.
Never.
please?
Piotr,
Doesn't
What?
ask me nicely.
is your internet stable?
I don't know.
We
about the cat.
we only
Was it
need to
last
know
time?
we only need to know if his internet's stable. It doesn't matter if he's stable, as long as his internet is.
Piotr, is your internet
Oh
stable?
no.
Piotr,
My
Chadwick lead
internet
again.
my internet is stable right now.
But
Do
Piotr,
you
Piotr,
that-
in
would-
what
would
third
you,
world country do you live?
take the squad leader as a treat?
Look, Grim.
Is this a request or
This is a formal request from the council. I voted in my head.
Grim,
Voluntold.
all you have to do is
Hold
give
up,
him,
hold up,
is give
Grim,
him
I-
a Skoda to rescue.
Grim, I'm second.
I
He will team lead until the end of time.
I have
quiet.
bad news.
Mohican,
Again?
what did you want?
I said I second the motion for Piotr to take.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
I third this motion because it'd be very funny.
Can I take the squad leader but have an SVD? Would this be?
No.
Oh fuck.
I have bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The helo's full now.
I
Yeah,
can
well,
do 2
Too
trips.
bad. Somebody's going.
I
Somebody can
volunteer.
grab a parachute.
I'll do 2 trips.
Oh, so our chance of survival is 33% now?
Just
Okay.
hang on to the,
Okay.
the
Who's
landing gear.
volunteering to strap onto the landing gear?
Dipsies.
Just grab on.
What do you mean? I thought that was.
I can
Band-
do it if it's
Band,
possible.
you have
Yeah,
avoided
sure,
the
I'll do it.
marksman slot for too long.
What
Get in
helicopter?
there.
No! No, you can't
You
make me!
put in the
No!
marksman
No!
Look, guys, don't worry. We can just detach the rockets from the Mi-8 and attach 4 of you to the pilots.
Give me an
Drop me to an
RPG-7.
SA pod and
Time
fire
to
on
an
this
S5
hell
and
of a-
fire me at fucking New York. I am ready, comrade.
Mussolini,
At that
no.
point, we truly are role playing. Oh, freaking Wagner.
Right. We have the 2 gunner seats, so we can probably cram in more boys.
Oh, damn. That's such a shame.
So somebody's gonna sit in the cockpit with DMC
Ooh,
crammed
dibs.
in the front gunner seat.
Oh,
Fucking-
please.
I'll co-pilot the MG
Please,
because, you know.
no, nobody in the front gunner seat. You obscure like the whole.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
vision.
I am
I'll do
coming.
it. I'll do it.
I am coming.
That's okay, DMZ, considering
you
that
don't
your
have to announce
helicopter's
that
gonna
you're
end up
coming.
on its side. It won't
I am
be
coming.
scary.
Marshall,
No worries.
Marshall will be the
I'll
front
take
gunner,
control.
and I will be the co-pilot.
Brad, it was one
Hell
time.
yeah.
Fuck you.
Alec, you landed with auto hover on last year, not getting in the fucking pilot slot.
I mean, what's the problem with that?
It's okay.
Anybody who's been spotted using fucking auto hover are banned.
I am actually the most qualified pilot in the unit, so what I say.
Yeah,
What
that
if-
is
what if
a
Piotr-
horrifying
dummy.
revelation.
What if
I'd,
Piotr would be the
I-
most certified pilot?
I would debate that. Okay. What's your flight log?
It is not at my computer, but we can compare later.
Okay, we're-
The debrief dick measuring contest.
we will have.
As much as I appreciate you guys planning for me dying yet again, you do realize there's not going to be an option to fly if the helicopter crashes.
Don't worry, that's why I placed 8 pilots.
But how many helicopters?
8, 2.
12.
Listen,
Clearly,
pilots-
he thinks that you are gonna die a couple times more than the helicopter will.
DMC gets shot at the pilot slot. Alec lands it at base. DMC respawns.
DMC, I'm just gonna say, a pilot cannot be fixed. A helicopter can, on the other hand.
Can I just ask? Okay, now we've got the issue with the flight model out of the way. Is this going to be VMC or IMC flying? Are there any clouds we have to worry about?
There's gonna be a thick fog. Pretty Silent Hill reminiscent.
Okay, I have practiced after all your fucking jokes. I have practiced like 16 hours flying instruments only.
I
Fuck
have
you guys.
It's
Him
not
on
that
those
hard
hours, by the
to
way,
keep
boys.
the artificial
did you
horizon
just
level.
The artificial horizon doesn't matter.
I'm
because last time
genuinely
last time we were flying,
impressed.
last time I crashed, the artificial horizon was off, but there was a mountain in the way. Artificial horizon doesn't
You
help
were
there.
flying down the hill.
DMZ, the vertical speed indicator was pinned against the bottom of the gauge.
Me and the boys looking at the artificial horizon going, why is the sky brown,
got 2
guys?
I'm genuinely impressed you got the leans that badly in armor within like 3 seconds.
You should just be impressed that you managed to get the Mi-8's airframe to 350 kph in such a short period of time.
362.
Fuck the Economic plan. All my homies got MIA.
1 kilometer per hour for each piece of debris that was scoured from the mountainside.
I still remember when Brant fucking healed us, and we were in the middle of the fucking forest in like huge mist.
The fog.
Like the
fog
densest
approaches, the
fog
fog
I've seen in my
approaches.
life.
In my 8 is not that slow. Thank you.
It's a shame. It's a shame there's not a horse-drawn cart vehicle in our
I
mod
actually
pack.
don't think
DMZ,
Apache
you're
is
actually
faster than MIA.
scaring me.
Wait.
DMZ is legitimately scaring me with his fucking laugh.
Ross,
I know.
we can just attach to a fucking camel to an ATV.
Oh yeah.
You're not wrong.
Commercial.
Go wrong.
Anybody not in yet?
I'm
We
only
got
gonna tell
16
you.
boys, and we got 16 boys. Who are?
Mission time, by the way.
It's now
11.
mission time. Mute your mics, or I will smite you by Allah. I said
Brave.
mute your mics. This is last warning. Mission: cargo run. Location: 2 kilometers north of Glendai in the outpost Leningrad in Angola. Operation time is 0600 hours, November 6th, 1986. Situation: Patrol outpost Jerusalem has gone dark again. Most likely a radio malfunction as the As the nearby reaction force were obliged to quote-unquote investigate the issue, and we have preemptively prepared a spare radio for them so we don't have to go there again. Mission: investigate the radio blackout at Patrol Outpost Jerusalem and deliver the spare radio. Execution: redeploy. Use the helicopters to redeploy at LC Vasily. Move to and investigate the patrol outpost. Equipment: nothing out of the ordinary. We have PKM in squad level. That is about the best we have. Friendly forces. Friendly positions are marked on the map, and friendly vehicles are in a painted green, standard Soviet green. Enemy forces. The active front line is a couple of kilometers south, but just in case we encounter anyone, the enemy is wearing green uniforms and we are preliminary khaki colored. Civilian presence. The villages are populated, and most of the roads are trafficked by civilians and friendly forces alike. ROE. We are operating a standard ROE today, but as usual, don't engage buildings unless you suspect enemies inside. For support, we have 82mm mortars with HE and smoke, just in case. Anybody got any questions for the briefing? Anyone?
BTS. BTS.
Go ahead.
Anti-air enemy. Guided.
We're
unguided.
well behind the front line. There should be no heavy enemy presence here. There might be some some raiding forces, but that should be about it. We haven't seen one for a long while. Anybody else?
Been a while since we played on this map, I think.
Mohican, go ahead.
Actually, I'm not even sure if we've used this one yet for a mission that I've been awake for.
Mohican?
My headset was muted. I am slightly stupid. We're looking for patrol base Jerusalem, yeah? So
Jerusalem down here, yeah.
all I've got is, correct me if I'm wrong, we're gonna land at Vasily. We're just gonna march straight up to the, oh come on, draw. Nope.
What?
I've completely forgotten how to draw an arma.
Control left click.
Left click.
Okay, I'm just stupid, it's not even, oh wait, because I'm still in side channel, that's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna land and walk straight there. That is all.
Yeah.
It's literally the only objective we've got at the minute, so.
Yeah.
The best plan I've ever seen.
Yeah, remember to stay in contact.
So
with,
it's still
HQ.
on. Huh.
The radio in question.
Yeah, I wondered
is,
if
right next to the
Chish's
first
post got,
helicopter, so
like,
just load it in via ACE.
fucking
Nothing important there, but just remember to carry
obliterated
it
because
to
it was
the,
just Chish
outpost.
being Chish. He's like that
do we
sometimes.
still have 82 mil mortars, yeah?
Yes.
And
I'm gonna
They
jump the
don't
gun
have
on that
super long
announcement of
range,
it.
but they should be able to.
Oh, there's one detail they showed a
support us in
German
this
MiG.
AO.
NATO avionics.
Any questions to Mohican?
Where do we go?
Stay neutral,
We all
bet to avoid
get-
Ukraine war
Yeah.
drama. I mean,
Thrown to the wind.
not really, because if anyone gives more 29s to
if
Ukraine
possible,
from
patrol
a
base.
NATO country, they're going to be fitted out with
failing
Western
that,
shit
we'll
anyway.
fall back to.
Like they're already
if
going to
it all
have Western
goes to
navigation aids,
pieces,
Western radios,
we'll fall back to
and
Vasily.
probably some kind of displays in them, which is basically the only
How do we know what
modifications that
Vasily is?
most Western countries made besides the
the map.
IFF. So
The
like,
lines
I don't.
are. The LC is
God damn it,
an
Veritech.
already cleared area. You can't really land anywhere else.
Be glad I haven't set
That's
the bot up
fine,
yet
just
to auto-detect the
prefer to
words
make my own
MiG-21
lines
and
and not
Interceptor and, like, time you out for it.
Anybody else?
This really is the worst timeline, though.
Good stuff. Then take us through.
The two countries I wanted to visit most in
Good
the
luck.
world are at war with each other. The fucking J8 is coming to DCS, but it's the fucking Peace Pearl, which never actually, like, you know, two of them were ever fucking modified, and they never passed ground trials, and they never made it back to China in their completed form. And now they're teasing a fucking German MiG-29 with disgusting NATO shit in it.
Or squad, best squad.
I'm going to commit Minecraft in real life.
Is our designation color-wise?
My team is red.
That's fine.
Piotr's team, you're blue.
Yeah, you're in Zeus.
Or not Piotr, Ross's team, you're blue. Sorry.
You would really just call me Italian?
It's pronounced Italian.
Oh no, oh no.
Command.
DMZ with the gun
pilot
next to
is
the
like
helicopter.
The radio is unloadable.
Oh god.
What's in my... Channel 5,
Lazy.
It's above it now.
Loading it.
Ben?
It's loaded.
Yeah?
The
Radio check.
interaction for the radio is
Received
above.
for 0.
Citra?
It's,
yeah,
yeah,
it's
brushstroke. I think the
4-0.
Soviets had their own brushstroke camo that they used.
The channel for the air assets is 5-3.
Blue. Okay.
Yes.
I know that, like, by the time the Soviet Union
That is if
stopped
we have
being a thing,
multiple
that the
air
Russians
assets.
had
Sure you want me to be on
brushstroke
5-3
of their
all
own, which I think they used mainly for, like,
Listen to company.
Wait a minute, why can't I...
adversary stuff, like Op4 and training.
I'll get
But-
Megan's opinion on it.
I think the Soviets developed some too.
Air assets is...
Why can't I
The Soviets like to play around with camo patterns a lot,
Alt-P.
so they've developed like their own versions of everything, and they'd either use them to stand in for enemy forces during exercises, or they would actually use them when they were deploying advisors places. So I guess that's what the point is here.
Radios don't work. That's why you have a handheld
How
one.
much I have?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry to check. Check.
They let me change the HUD to metric and imperial from imperial in the special options it wouldn't be so bad. It still would though, because all your navigation instruments, all your comms and radios, like all of that is still going to be NATO in a MiG, like a German 29G. It's going to be, it's all NATO. Like it has the original radar and shit, sure, but all your all your fucking comms is NATO shit.
Yeah, I just spoke to the Babushka. He does want you on the air asset channel just to avoid any
Don't,
information.
I did hear about the J8 and how it's the
strain on the aircraft.
the fucking paper version that never actually entered service, and I'm not that happy about it. I'm sure that's the only version that Deca could do without getting banned, despite the fact that there should be no reason that thing's still sensitive. But I would have taken no J8 and a different plane instead that they could do properly, instead of, like, a magical mystery version that, like, literally did not pass ground trials. It never flew. So that's the sum of it. The J8 Peace Pearl never flew.
Good to go on your command.
He's an ass.
Like, it's bad enough that we get the most modern version of everything. It's even worse now that we're starting to get paper planes. Like, what next? Are we gonna get a fucking Gotha 229 for the World War II stuff? Is that coming?
Right, let's load up.
Load up.
Are we gonna get a fucking MiG 144 for the Cold War guys? Is that gonna happen? Like, I really don't like the precedent this sets, to be honest. I think the Kristen Eagle has more of a reason to be in DCS than something which never entered service.
Flat ass in the front console. Can you like move? No, I cannot see.
Is this okay?
I just have to stick my head out the window like this.
Oh, okay, hold on, let me.
Force air check.
Comms are not that big of an issue, can work around that with SRS. Yeah, but it looks wrong. It's like, it's just wrong. It is completely and fundamentally wrong to have fucking Western garbage in a 29. Just the same as it would be completely and fundamentally wrong to have Russian garbage in a fucking F-16. Like, I want the plane as it existed in the bulk of its service. Like, in its... I want the plane in its prime, as in, like, when it was the most significant in its career. I don't want some fucked up, like, weirdo edge case adaptation of it, if that makes sense. Like, I already don't like when we get, you know, specific variants that were used by, like, one country in numbers less than 100 versus the original US or Soviet or Russian version. So I'm hoping it's not a 29G and they just teased it in a German livery, but if it's an actual 29G with Western avionics, I am significantly less interested in it, and I might not even bother buying it. Like, this is where we're at. If DCS is just going to become the closest they can get to Soviet shit, is doing fucking, you know, Soviet aircraft with fucking Western avionics in them, that's it, I'm done. I'm out, see ya. Like, I already enjoy playing Misfizz a lot more than I enjoy playing DCS these days, so if it turns into a case of, it just turns into everything's Western, like, I don't care anymore, I'm done. I'm not that interested in Western aircraft unless it's, like, from the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I really don't want to be dealing with Western fucking avionics and Comblock stuff. Gonna get gifted with the 29G? I'll just not fly it. Like, I'm not gonna fly things just because people gift them to me.
Did you catch that, Ross?
Oh no.
Where's the fucking...
What's King Complex?
Did I catch what?
Does not agitate the body cam, please.
I don't enjoy, like, weirdo fantasy shit or things that didn't exist in large numbers, and I don't like Western avionics. Like, I literally do not like Western avionics. They're boring to me. They're just, like, the default option in everything.
Jump.
Olo. Remember the radio. Let's get radio.
Oh, radio's already tuned, nice. It'd be like getting a fucking...
Radio unloaded.
It'd be like getting a fucking BF-109 or a Zero or something, but re-instrumented to be compliant with fucking FAA regulations. Like, I cannot stand that shit. I don't want it. If the aircraft's not in the form it existed in service, with its original user, or at least very close to that, I don't want it.
It's behind you.
And yes, Ustio, exactly. It's extremely rare for devs to make variants of the same airframe, and, like, even then, half the time they do want to do that, they end up trying to back away from it later, like people are trying to now worm out of doing a fucking alley cat because apparently cutting 3 holes in a mesh, and then fixing it is, like, too hard for them, despite the fact it's something, like, you could do in 5 minutes in the most basic 3D editing program. Like, I really don't understand.
Ammonia, this is
First squad.
message over.
Call 'em up.
Speaking to Ammonia.
Red front, blue rear. Should be on yelling, so I'm a team leader. Unfortunately, my dumbass grabbed the GP slot without realizing it was a fucking team leader slot.
Quick recon for us.
Ammonia, this is message over.
Mayday, mayday, mayday.
He's crashing.
That didn't take long.
He's
That
crashing.
did not last long.
Northeast.
He may have been engaged.
Be advised, Grom is down, engaged by a heavy anti-air.
He's got
Just
heavy
north.
anti-air to the north of us.
He got shot.
Let me put speaker.
Roger that, Grom.
It's,
Yeah, we've got to take the fucking radio at least.
it sounds like he landed it.
So you can listen in.
He's still on radio.
Oh, don't even start me on the Chinook. Oh, let's have this iconic helicopter that has served proudly through the last fucking half a century or more. Let's play Vietnam-era music to the reveal of it, and then the variant we're revealing is an Italian one that was unveiled in 2014. Like, you've got to be fucking shitting me, dude.
Yeah, roger that. Unfortunate.
2014. Not even...
Dispatching troops to,
Not even the
recover the pilot.
US Chinooks that were in use
Probably
during
be up in
fucking
the air shortly.
Iraq or
The
Afghanistan
secondary tasking
had
is
that
now
many screens in
investigating
them.
enemy contact.
Like, you want to see what a fucking Operation Iraqi Freedom Chinook cockpit looked like? It looks the same as one from Vietnam. It was all fucking
He was shot
gauges.
down by heavy caliber weapons that could be heard. I was suggesting
C-130J? Yeah, like,
cautious.
how many C-130Js were built? A couple hundred, tops? Versus how many thousand C-130Hs? Like, I'm just tired of it, dude. It's modern shit or fantasy shit every time. There's a reason the variant is what it is. Like, yeah, because that's what fucking Hoggett will coom over the most. In some cases, like the J8, yeah, it's probably the only variant they could do without getting vanned, in which case I would rather Deca do something that they could do, like, without having to pick like, just a ridiculous variant. Like, do a fucking A5 or Q5 or whatever. Do a Thud. They were saying, like, the Thud was on their list of options. Do a fucking Thud. Fuck, I prefer a Thud to a J8 of any variety. We need one. Like, just... oh. And the fucking 2014 Chinook, yeah, I assume ED has some sort of deal going on with Agusta, since the Huey we have, even though they had I think a license with Bell for the Huey, the Huey we have is based on a fucking Agusta 212, just with one of the engines removed. But, come on, man.
Send. We're approaching.
Look what else DCS does other than make a game for pubs like us. In some cases, sure, but in others, like, that doesn't quite hold. Like, maybe for the Chinook that could be the reason. But on the other hand, like, how many aircraft have we got the most up-to-date modern version of that are not in any widespread military service anymore, or, you know, are not militaries that are going to contract ED? I don't know, dude, I'm just over it. I'm really over it. Contact front!
Break.
Get down, get into a line.
Contact at the patrol outpost.
Guys, when you take contact, get into a fucking line.
At the patrol outpost.
Get into a line when you take contact. Fuck me.
In location. Repeat last.
Break contact.
You still like base, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, I'm in the rear of the column with the radio, it's kind of heavy. 1-1, this is 1-2, we're just behind you, you want us to form up on you.
Yep.
Put some Vogs out in that position.
I'm hit, hang on. Fuck. Yeah. Red team on Alec. I'm down, patching myself up.
No worries. Not sure I've got Russell.
I don't know, dude. If that's, like, if we're just gonna keep getting modern garbage because fucking contracts, then I'm probably just gonna quit buying shit and probably quit playing eventually. I just have no interest in modern shit. Like, I really don't. And the fact that they, like, it's one thing that we get modern shit because contracts, but the fact that they then don't do the older variants too,
That was the cheese, Ross. Goddamn.
it should have gone through, but okay. Likewise, Vistio. I'm gonna be all over that thing. Fucking these trees! I love armor trees. They're either completely solid to grenades, or they can go through them like they're not there. And there's no telling which it is.
Force to this Force 1. Send a message, Alba. Hold on, HE, we're walking through
Yep,
the front
ceasing
gate.
fire.
Copy that.
Right, hold on any HEs. We got friendlies moving in.
Starting over you, Ross. Start up.
I'm gonna go find my team.
Good luck.
Oh. Hmm.
Yeah.
Force 2, this Force 1, can you, run up here? We got our medical personnel down. Copy that, we'll be pushing forward. Monia, this is Patricia, message over. Go ahead. We've,
grenade around the corner, grenade around the corner.
How should we say, found the occupants of the garrison and a mass grave to the northwest of the garrison. Presume the garrison is KIA.
Hold
on frags, hold on frags. Roger that.
Hold frags.
Investigate properly. See if you can find any sort of
No, DCS really doesn't need World War I stuff. It's already stretched too thin. They need to pick a, like, either pick an era and focus on it, which is what they should have done in the first place, but of course they wouldn't have because contracts. Or they need to just say no more shit outside of what we already have, and they need to only make new modules that would form a coherent theater with stuff we've already got. To bring, like, all of what we already have up to that level. There is a World War I sim. Kim, there's been a World War I sim for, like, longer than DCS has been a thing. In fact, there's several World War I sims. There's Wings Over Flanders Fields, there's Rise of Flight, there's Flying Circus for IL-2, like, there's plenty of World War I stuff, and they all do World War I far better than DCS could do it. Fucking hell.
Ross, you can keep security.
Yeah. Oh, that's bad, no.
Thank you. Monia, this is Patricia, message over. Go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead, Babushka. As you're aware, we found a survivor. Enemies reported to the east and northeast. We're currently under mortar fire.
Of course, so it's fucking bandits.
Roger that.
At least I'm not the only one whose grenades are a joke.
Squad size element approaching from the northeast, just outside the razor wire.
When our medic's up, we need him sent up to the south. We need our medic south once he's up, medic south once he's up. Today would be the day I fucking end up picking a team leader slot by accident. Fuck my life. Oh. Hey, buddy. Fuck's sake. Stoppage. Azrael, don't stand up. Azrael, do not stand up. We're being flanked to the right. Stoppage. East, east, straight east. Moving left to right.
Mortar fire on 02, 26, keypads, 4 and
This
5.
one's still down there as well.
I'll copy. 26, 0,
I'm to the north. I tried to send the medic up, but he was busy.
Do you want it at grid coordinate 020-267, over?
I need to get off fucking 4-0. I probably should be on 4-1.
026, keypads 4 and 5.
That's not what I want to fucking do. Fuck's sake. Not alternate.
No idea on coordinates, over.
Movement over there.
Are you
Bearing
going to
20.
cross the top and then cross the side, or
I'm
because it's along the corridor up the
basically
stairs?
I'm basically wanting the east as outpost. Mortared. Yep.
Did you grab that map?
Oh, fuck me! 4-1.
So
Oh, right. Set additional chat. Fuck, I hate this radio.
The voice. Heard the voice?
That's 02.
Set frequency. Okay, so...
Oh, yeah, I see you.
Channel 4.
Yeah, boys,
there we
that's
go.
what you want to do.
But I want the east of the
Yeah, so that's...
I love the way the fucking TFAR radios are set up, where half of the radios in the game, the buttons do the opposite of what the label on the button is. So when you're in a fucking panic, fumbling for the fucking right button, you end up setting completely the wrong thing.
Maybe they have tunnels.
I got these balls and stuff, yes.
Is that even coming
Yeah,
from?
I've only got two numbers. 02, that's all I've got. I've not got 3. I can't, mate. Oh, yeah.
You have to zoom in.
Yeah, I see you now.
So it's here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Because we're getting shot.
It's too far out. See your friendly hero though.
Brand?
Yeah.
Get your ass over here.
Yeah, but I
Oh,
would
that
say
one
that
nice.
I've only got, regardless of how much zoom in, 02 and 26 and 27 on my maps.
If you zoom in to the point where you're licking the map, it does go to 3.
Alright, soon.
Yeah.
I'm about ready to start fucking licking the map at this point.
Hold one, grab.
Oh, don't know.
If you zoom in to the point where you are literally...
These guys already been rat fucked for ammo?
Increments,
Thank God.
it does...
At least we
it
got
does
ammo
show you
commonality with
3
these
digits.
guys.
Yeah, I'm at about 20 meters.
If it'll let me take his mags, which it probably
Yeah,
won't.
exactly.
I don't need it now anyway. Cause
I love when that happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I would mention your over here. Azrael.
Yeah, I'm good.
Squad one, magazine check.
4 mags plus what's in the rifle.
17 spare.
Green.
Grab them off of enemies if you're under 4.
These guys are bugged out.
Yeah, I know. You'll have to put on their chest rig and dump them on the ground. It's annoying.
Do you see them?
Right, only this is a Babushka message over.
Oh wait, eyes on.
We've reports to a company-sized element base to the northeast of the patrol outpost. How do you want us to proceed?
I greatly enjoy this thing, but this site, the like fucking nose on it, or no, the like little markings on it suck ass.
Roger, can we get another element?
ESO site is genius.
Yeah, the PSO is actually really good. You just need to know what the chevrons are calibrated to.
No, it's
Make
great.
dummy get
It's
the-
good. It's just the actual site, like the thing on there, is incredibly low res.
Yep.
10 mags. Wonderful.
Texture modelers.
Roger. Alec, get your phone together.
Copy. Squad 1, form up in the middle of town.
Squad 1, middle of town.
Very nice.
Patrol to the north, east. checking the road to see how clear
Go.
That was interesting.
East of us from here. Go for it.
How many ducklings have we got? Should be 3 red, 4 blue. I think we're all here. And for the
Boris, once you sorted, step off east.
You need to
for the benefit of Squad 1.
On me, we're stepping off east.
Alec, we're just behind you.
Squad 1 east. Squad 1 east. Red front, blue rear.
But yeah, that doesn't really matter.
We're going as soon as fucking 1-1 leaves.
Fucking 1-1. Go ahead and do that.
Fucking
Step
1-1.
off without you. Alright, squad 1, step off east.
Seal, come on.
Timo?
Right, 1-2. We're stepping off east. On me.
Pass it up the line. When we take contact, get into a line formation facing the enemy.
Guys, be smart when we take contact, right?
Okay.
Timo, you good?
I don't know.
Just catch up when you can.
That means we spread into line. Now we are...
Yes, it did, Super. Yes, it did. They, like I told you, they refitted the aircraft with NATO standard shit. So it's got NATO avionics for the radio and for the nav aids. It's got fucking Imperial instrumentation. Like, it's just... I don't want a 29G. Like, unless it's an actual East German 29 before it went to the Luftwaffe and got rebeaked with NATO shit, I don't want it. Like, I really do not want a westernized MiG-21. I can think of few things I want less than a westernized MiG-21. And if that's the only one that they can do without, you know, getting fucking FSB, then you know what? I don't want a full fidelity MiG-29 anymore. I'll happily deal with FC3. You know what they should do? Update the FC3 one so that at least the radar works properly. I'll take that. Because if we're going to get a fucking NATOid one, then I don't want it. Like, it's just killed all interest in the aircraft to me. Because the FC3 MiG-29 already has a good flight model. It already looks good. It already sounds good. The only thing the FC3 one is missing is systems fidelity, and the only systems fidelity that really, you know, that can't be at least hand-waved with a radar improvement is fucking navigation and comm systems and stuff like that. Stuff which has been redone in the 29G to NATO stuff. So, like, you don't have RSBN anymore, you have TAC-N instead, you don't have, like, any of the Soviet radio set up. It's just... I'm not interested in westernized shit. I'm really not. Like, if there was a choice between, like, for instance, a MiG-23, you guys know how badly I need a MiG-23 in my life. If the choices were no MiG-23 or a MiG-23 with Western avionics, I would choose no MiG-23. That is how uninterested I become when the aircraft is, you know, original on the outside but Western on the inside. It's just, why even have it at that point? Why even have it at that point?
What size? Bro, send the walk there, 100 meters.
Wait, what?
Copy.
See, that one went through the trees just fine. Don't push up too much further.
Green, hold here.
I'm here.
You don't have to go that far, mate. Don't worry.
Not on my team.
Yeah, he's not on that team.
I was wondering who Citra was. It's
He's got swatted in the
southeast.
Wait,
Can you bug me?
is that accent?
Oh, I see.
Sounds like accent.
Correction on that bearing. It was
Did he change his name or something?
Anyone have eyes on that machine gun?
No, but I see a tower bearing 150 exact.
Someone just get arrested.
It's like a radio mast thing.
Yeah, that's the electricals. They're running over.
Whatever.
Boris, any update on the
8 seconds.
contact?
Not taking any further fire.
Brad, where's that heavy machine gun?
Second row, CPO. How are you doing? Nice. I'll check pulse.
He also
see
says
if
it's
anything
close to the
pops up.
southeast, but you know.
Alec, I would like you to take Boris 1, head southeast till we find a safe machine gun position.
Copy. Alright. Boris 1, we're on me.
Quick question. When you say Boris 1, does that entail also my team?
Rally on me. Squad.
Just all teams.
Squad 1 on Alec.
We're going machine gun hunting.
Right. Green on me. All information.
Oh no, it's not XM. Just XM for standing next to him and spoke, I guess.
170.
Copy, that's a fair to
Listen, passiv, na friend.
Fidelity of the 225, it'll probably be like reasonable. Any builds are mostly airline guys, I think. Like they came over from X-Plane and they mostly do airlines there.
Roger, we'll head to that.
That said, they did do that fairly low fidelity P40. I don't know what their BF108 is going to be. They're doing a Typhoon, a BF108, the like interwar German trainer. I don't know what fidelity it'll be, but I'm interested in it. Blue left. But I suspect the 225 will probably be. Oh, actually, they said $20, so it might not be full fidelity. We'll see. It's all like old Soviet avionics though, with maybe a couple of basic Garmin units in it, so it's not too bad. Like there's not a lot to do.
He's bearing 165 right in front of us.
Blue, get up online. Blue, get online.
No, like back. Check the shoot.
There we go.
Wait. Let's get closer to the person it's like healing if those conditions are met.
That was my last vlog. Guys, deal with packing once we're not in contact. There's the machine gun. Let's push up a little. Hold here.
I've shot and destroyed the machine gun. They can't use it anymore.
Hi, Pom. Why are you real retarded?
This is Boris 1.
We're hell retarded today.
Gun has been destroyed. You want us to rendezvous with Boris 2?
Destroyed.
When you guys need to pack or repack your mags or whatever, do it when we're not in contact. When we're in contact, be up online. Let's regroup without.
Is that a tunnel there? Oh no. No, it's not.
Oh, I thought you meant the other trail.
The fuck is that?
I guess this is the same trail.
Is that the CIA box with stinkers and shit?
Monia, this is
all the shit is
Quad line, or
we have found a
Squad 1, call him on Alec.
as well as a couple of wheelbarrows and crates full of.
Squad 1, call him on Alec, northeast.
Number 2.
Go ahead of me. I'll be rear man.
round about
023262.
023262.
Hopefully the same as the A310. Yeah. Oh, Gilson, don't start me. I'm also monkey today. Worse than usual, anyway.
Copy.
Baristo ready when you are over.
Where's Alec?
Hi.
Right, Alec. Who's in? Open your map.
Yep.
Go ahead, Grom.
Nope, that's wrong button. How do I bring up the point rifle?
It's just.
Roger that, Grom. Centre of Glendie is 1 times heavy machine gun.
We're gonna head up to Glendie. I would think we just follow the trail up to this T-junction here.
Not sure I can do Wolfpack today. Might have to do a movie or some board games with the family. Let me know, dude. If you can't do it today, then we can always push it through to like next week or something, or even do it over the weekend. I got a pretty busy week, like actually through the week. I've got a funeral to go to pretty soon. I've got a assignment to resubmit a couple questions on, and then I've got a bunch of fucking like personal admin shit to get done. So this week's kind of sketchy for me with games, but hopefully by next weekend, I should be good. That's all good.
Additionally, we could redeploy via Grom to LZ Group. Very packable.
Or potentially Dimitri.
Who just got armored?
I just get armored by
There's 1 times heavy machine gun inside
Yeah, that's what
town.
I'm saying. Should we walk to Dimitri then and then come down the road?
Yeah.
We'll do that then.
Um.
How does Dimitri sound?
Criminal scum.
It's whatever you want.
Yeah. Don't waste. Don't waste.
It'll be a bit hard to get eyes on us. Unfortunately,
let him
I'll
pray to
get
God.
around see if we have any kind of marking that we could use.
Ben.
Yeah.
You get
Don't
because
pray to Allah.
we're gonna walk
Don't
up to
waste stuff.
Gregory and then we'll redeploy from Gregory.
Wait.
Oh, Gregory's quite close. So Boris. LZ Boris. LZ Boris.
LZ Boris. Right.
Very cool.
How long
I
do you think
I
it's
stood
getting
on the
there?
wheelbarrows maybe. Or near it.
Should we call it in
No,
when we get? We'll
yeah.
call it in when we get to the river, mate.
Be advised, we're going to be heading northeast towards.
And this is why the
Alpha, so keep an eye
345th
on the one
instinct to climb on
west of
the highest
road.
object near them
Keep an eye on us
is
within at least
a
5 to 10
problem.
minutes.
They see a map object, they climb on it. Like, even I do it. We truly are monkeys. Half the time those objects are me.
Alec, when you're ready.
Who is
Just step off towards Boris.
Right, green, call him on me.
Ross?
Step off.
Yeah.
What kind of do you have any smokes? Or you just have HE?
I haven't, none at the moment, I'm out. I only had HE at the start.
Going right off the trail and heading northeast of Boris, correct?
Can do. Copy.
Or do you want me to
Got
follow
it.
the trail?
Yes.
Contact left!
Doctor, do you have the coloured smokes other than purple and yellow?
No. I've got one.
Careful with those grenades! Stoppage. Back in. If you're not down, keep moving. Bound up. Hey, this is starting to look a little more like it. I got people moving with me for once. Stoppage. Fuck. Patching myself.
Got friendlies pushing up, watch with grenades.
Kino, can you glance right and make sure the rest of the squad's with us?
Yeah, they are.
Excellent.
All squads to get excited off positions and numbers.
This FEB should get a ground. West behind you, next to some elephant.
Professional monkey wrangling today was explaining over and over you can't get a £8 bus ticket, then expect to also do anything with £8.17. Incredible. Fucking incredible.
I'm trying to look for coloured smoke over the shit we already got.
Quad 1, head count, everyone up.
Ross is up.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Just nice.
Roger that, we're next to some pylons as well, I forgot to mention.
They're all grouped up over there.
I've got the fear.
Red watch northeast, or
Alec.
team get 360.
Hey, Alec.
Ross watching north.
All teams, let's get back on the road again.
Alright, we're stepping off. Call him on me. Are we going along the trail or just
Roger that,
trailblazing northeast?
Meekin.
Trailblaze northeast if you want. You can take the route, you go where you want to go.
Meekin.
Yep.
Squad 1 on Alec. Column northeast.
Squads at least inside the village. There's also a
Citra.
civilian-looking UAZ that is going up and down the road consistently.
Glendie or Boris?
Yeah, Glendie.
Oh, that's fine.
So it's going down the road towards
Alex,
Boris, but it's going back
Yeah.
up. So he says it could be a possible spy watching for our movements.
Oh well, as I'm not calling and firing a server vehicle.
No.
Yeah,
But it's
quick
just something
detour.
that might be aware that when we are getting there, we need to block both sides.
Alright, why are we stopping?
This is just to ground. So you're aware, we're going to be heading towards the LZ of Boris. We will let you know when we get there and secure the area for a LZ.
We're getting there. We've taught them to go into line formation facing the enemy when we get bumped.
Roger that, I'll pass that on.
We even got them to actually, you know,
There's a,
advance up on the enemy under
UAZ
covering
towards
fire
northeast at
after
LZ
taking
Boris,
contact.
watch your fire.
Now, can we get them to combine those two things? Chat, do we think that's possible?
He says that UAZ is basically sitting on top of Boris currently. So
Could this be the fateful day we actually teach 345th once again to do a proper fucking response to contact?
no, but I mean,
Or at
like,
least
if it's
close to a
working,
proper one.
It might be worth it. I've marked down what he's currently been writing about, well, chatting about on the map.
Yeah,
Glendie. He's not really given much, like, locations other than it's in the centre or it's in there, so. Where's exit?
Ben,
No, he's behind us. Yeah?
I'm tempted for the assault to command and control from the helicopter.
Is this a different one, Gilson?
I don't know, I'm good.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
We're at the road.
Got me call it in now, or do you want to hold?
Green, hold.
We get a now security.
No. No.
I don't know if we're persistently at the LZ.
We can mark it with the smoke and tell him to look around here.
I agree. Push up to where the other guys are, and then we'll be running some security.
Got the forward, Megan?
Alright, gentlemen, you four, let's watch the from where we came from. So that's the southwest.
Watching southwest. I'm just going to ground. Beach fires with the LZ, currently securing it. Keep eyes out for purple smoke. That is the LZ we're using.
Blue, just fan out, get a screen to the north through south. On the west. Northwest through south, even.
There might be a better specific.
It's not really cover, but whatever.
Roger that. He's got eyes on you. That's good for you.
We got one to the motorcycle coming in.
Guys out south.
Got me wavies off. That's a bike.
It's a bike.
RPG for a bike, really? I mean, it is 345th, but... Squad 1 moving south. Blue full in behind red.
That's more than 100 meters.
Are we missing one? Oh no, he's just up with red, further ahead. A literal push bike. I thought they meant a motorbike. No, they wanted to RPG a literal push bike.
Look at the front side of it. There's like a fucking PNG when you're not on the gun. And then you go in and it's like 30 miles.
Right? It's weird.
Are there any Vogs in here?
Is everyone mounted?
Yes.
We have Alex in here.
Did you just jump out?
Is Alex down?
Did someone just jump out?
No, I don't see him on
I got a whistle. I didn't even realize.
He's coming, he's coming.
What's next?
No,
Oh,
no,
fuck.
on.
Oh,
there you
there
go.
he is.
There he fucking is. Light green on it.
Nice and light. Holy shit. I got 3 mags. I don't have that much.
We're going to go up to Dimitri, we'll check in on checkpoint Glendie, then we'll push into Glendie itself.
We're going to push up to LZ Dimitri and we're going to push on to the FEB.
Stand by. By the way, has anyone saw Monkey King's legs?
He
Right,
started.
fucking idiot, right?
Oh.
Smash down those suckers.
It's like a weather radar display on a fucking MFD or something. Like an old school MFD. Obviously not part of the helicopter's original equipment, but the armor model has it tacked in for some reason.
Somalia to Babushka. Send. Be advised, the patrol base at Kharkov has reported contacts to south of their position, approximately at checkpoint Glendy, on the west side of the river.
I think technically I'm going to have to sit in on the debrief since I'm a team leader. That'll be fun.
East and west of the river. Roger, we're moving on to LZ to make sure
I realize very much that I cannot do what I want. That's the whole problem. Like, I'm well aware I cannot do what I want.
Graham, just keep you on the loop. There's a contact at the south of the FOB of
I feel
Kharkov.
rather offended by that statement.
Well, good thing no one cares what you're feeling, Graham.
That's the fun thing about autism being a spectrum. Like, what goes for me in no way goes for most other people on it, and what goes for them doesn't go for me.
There's only one god, and it's Stalin.
Yeah, you very scared, so no.
Alright, who's up for shooting the platoon leader?
Go. Dismount.
Jump.
Oh no!
But I have. Back in the day, I had these guys doing fucking hasty obstacle crossings every time they found a road or a ravine. It was beautiful. But it was also easier to teach them to do shit and easier for them to retain those skills before because we had fixed squads, so I was always playing with the same squad. And so they would learn very quickly because it was all the most experienced members of the 345th. Whereas here, we don't have fixed squads anymore. And so people forget stuff fast and they'll fucking monkey around with their mates. This is the thing, like, monkey counteracts intelligent brain, right? Yeah, because he'd fucking injured himself. He got armored on the dismount, which happens pretty often when everyone piles out at once.
Take contact, just spread left and right, use these buildings for cover. Do it again.
I think these might be rocks, mate.
Well, use rocks for cover.
How do you feel about using Grom as bait?
Don't say that over the infantry radios, he is on that as well.
Don't tempt me. Worst case, we'll use these rocks and call in strikes.
Okay. So are we moving along
it seems like there's just as many buildings as there are rocks.
To be fair, what I might
So the fun thing is, if you all try and dismount the helicopter at precisely the same time, as in you're all just hovering over the V key and you mash it as soon as the helicopter contacts the ground, it'll spawn everyone in the same place. So they'll start stacking on top of each other like a fucking Jenga tower. The problem with this is the main rotor exists. And so the unlucky person who ends up spawning high enough to interact, shall we say, with the main rotor gets every single bone in their body broken and then yeeted into the ground.
Check for the snipers, mate.
Citra, you're stuck leaning to the right.
Yep. Alright, let's step off.
Ross, you think there's any snipers?
Probably.
Step off after.
Monia, this is Babushka. Message over. Can I pre-plan a couple?
Blue, what are we doing? Catch up to red. Come on.
Do not cross the stream, Ross. God damn it.
Green, we are moving.
Looking at
Catch up to them. Catch up. Seal! I'm rounding up my fucking lost ducklings.
approximate calling time will be 45 seconds.
Push past green.
Roger.
Oh, rocket. That was
Green, let's drop down to a slow jog and let blue pass.
who's slow jog?
Alec, is that you already at the rocks, looking down at Glendie? We're not looking down on Glendie, we're maneuvering southeast at this time.
Kind of reminds me of what happened earlier.
Just keep following the other team. I'm going to run up the line. So Squad 1, since today is a learning experience kind of day, we've learnt to get into a line facing the enemy when we take contact. We've learnt to not stand around and instead continue advancing on the contact we took until we're in a position to kill them with grenades and bayonets. The next thing we're going to learn is when we stop in the middle of the open for whatever reason, and we're static for more than 10 seconds, take a knee, and face to either side. So you herringbone down the line, and you can cover both sides at once.
I think what he means is he can do a suppressive target.
That like taking a knee in a football match.
No, it wasn't leaning, it was crouching. Unless there was a leaning one that I wasn't there for. But yeah, like it was... There was one during 2nd Afghan where I was a team leader. And... It was... I think it was the Spetsnaz one where we got shot down over the Iranian border. And it was a really good mission. Like, it went really smoothly for what it was until we tried to attack that howitzer position.
Hold here, have a fish.
I'll
just sprint up.
You're a medic, of course.
Blue, get up on the summit here with red and fan out. Make sure we got all our angles covered. But most of the mission went really well. Like, that was the mission where I realized I'd accidentally taught them to do an obstacle crossing.
Oh, no you don't.
But yeah, Gagarin was always behind, and we were wondering how he was so far behind. And we'd already established that Gagarin has a habit of, like, always moving with his weapon up and looking 45 degrees downwards towards the ground. Like, it's why he never sees anything, is because he's looking at the ground in front of his feet. Like, people do this in real life, it's a pain in the ass, but he'd have his weapon up, and having your weapon up in armor drains stamina really fast. Blue, let's move up a little, fan out to the east through south. So, yeah, start digging in a little. So, because he'd always have his weapon up, and he'd always be crouching, and he'd always be looking 45 degrees down in front of himself, he would stamina drain like you would not believe. Like, we would barely be getting through stamina at all, and Gagarin would be, like, completely pooped. Gotta do Monkey Island with the family. Very appropriate. That's alright, man. Just, drop me a reminder over the weekend, and we'll either play then...
One is in interceptor, you know.
Be glad I don't have a PM to give you the 9 grams of lead.
I have PKM if you want.
Substantially more than 9 grams. But yeah, he would stamina drain, and he'd keep dropping behind us. I'd be like, where the fuck is Gagarin? And I'd turn around, and Gagarin was sitting on the ground.
Digging a trench behind you.
It gives us defense in depth. See, look at where his trench is. He's going to fire over my trench. Big brain. And it gives me a back in case a mortar lands there.
Shoot you in the back of the head. It's very wise.
Well, see, like... Seymour has functioning neurons. Just hold, compared to the rest of the unit, hold here. I'm gonna go see what's going on.
Thank you very much.
Alec, just for your situation awareness, we're digging in the rocks on the summit. If you need us, yell over radio. I hope he's on 4-1.
Okay, I think that's excessive amount of trenches right now, Citra.
No such thing. Where's Ognian?
They said about approximately 100 meters, so that could be skewed.
Where's our Bulgarian Albanian?
Babushka to ground. To confirm, it was 2 members.
Yeah,
northwest
if you're not back, like, after the armor mission's done, just hit me up over the weekend, and we'll either do Wolfpack then, or we'll do it next week after armor.
Yeah. Okay, so the southeast, there's 2 guys on the southeast pushing on us. Roger that. So there's a large rock, there's a large rock out drop to our southeast. It's next to our southeast rock drop. There's 2 guys on that.
I assume we're on this terrain feature or something. Or this one. Actually, yeah. Might be this one. Looking northeast across the... Is that a dry riverbed? Yeah, okay, so... I don't know. New stairs for... Oh my god. Oh, yikes. Yeah, climbing those while drunk is gonna be fun.
So we go to southeast.
Alright, let's move.
Come with us if you want to live.
Yep.
Alec. Alec, are you on 4-1?
That's fair.
Are you on 4-1?
Alec, are you ready?
Yes. Column. Goddamn.
Wait one.
4-0 is too noisy, it's making my neuron vibrate too hard. Must be where our helicopter went down before.
No, fuck you. Okay.
Go to the you ready?
Yeah, I'm good to go.
How long do you need, Alec?
We just go to ground. We're pushing east from the large rock outcrop towards the FEB of Glendale.
Need to go, Alec? I'm trying to set up an additional channel real quick. Fuck it. We can step off. Monia, this is Babushka. Step off, Alec. Step off. And can I get those whole grounds now?
Yeah, I'm waiting for the other fucking squad to go. Marshall, okay, you patient little bitch. Right, we're moving.
Alec, you might want to go and wedge.
Why do you think I let the other squad through first? Okay? Take all your northwest.
Most calm Italian.
Right, blue left, wedge.
Blue left, blue left.
Green line to my right.
Don't fire till the smoke lands, and then you fire till the flash. Use the smoke to get as close as possible. When the smoke rounds land, Alec. Smoke's down, smoke's down. Alec, Alec, let's go.
Smoke's landing.
Oof, lucky. Keep pushing in.
Roger that, ground. Just go forward, push it towards our group.
Stoppage. XM's down, XM's down. Oh, he's back up.
Don't worry about it.
What's going there?
I'm holding here, don't worry.
Crossing, 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 crossing. Whoa, fuck! Stoppage.
Got it.
Yep.
Left this village and they pulled back towards the main village.
Oh boy, that was spice.
I got in trouble.
Stormy.
Throwing a frag in southeast.
Perfect.
XF, can I get a pack, please?
Yeah. He's inside the building. He's a fool.
Oh no, that's never...
Frag in southeast.
Frag southeast, frag southeast.
I
There's a door.
think there was a guy in the building next to me still.
There is a door.
Yeah.
Ross is down, Ross is down. Need a medic on Ross?
Yeah.
I can
Wait
for
on
the
that
pack,
Mohican.
I can wait, I can wait.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I'll just morphine myself, mate. Loading.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Push up, grab some
5,
security
4,
for you.
3.
This building's clear.
Boris 1, 2, sit rep.
Ross is down right over there.
Jesus Christ, Ross.
Oh no.
Hold on grenades now, hold on grenades.
To be honest, Ben, that assault under smoke was pretty fucking cool.
He was.
There we go.
No,
What's the
smoke landed
pulse?
just the right time as well.
No pulse. I'm gonna do CPR. Yes.
Put a EP in him as well.
Mhm.
CPRing.
Yep. Okay, he has a heart rate.
Strong or 30. There we go.
Yep.
Backing 23 seconds.
Oh, I have an alert that I
You're
missed.
picking-
Cast off
okay.
ground chaser follower. If you're still here, appreciate it. Imagine actually noticing your alerts. Oh! Oh, that would explain a few things. Where the fuck did he come from?
There you go, Ross. You're good to go.
Thank you.
One time's unconscious. We're working on.
I'm up.
Monia, this is the bitch coming.
Ross, you read me on 4-1.
Yep, I'm up.
We've recaptured checkpoint, Glendive,
Hell yeah.
positions, getting in, push into Glendive itself.
Do you need
Boris, one's all up. Sure, can you back me?
Wait, let me get
I
on
have
this rock.
6 magazines.
Probably.
You need some more.
Sure, can you back me?
Same as before, can I please designate some
Yeah,
walk
well,
around
back
smoke locations, please?
Hold.
Oh, I see movement, east.
Movement east.
Roger that, Graham.
Yep.
Pass that on.
Over there.
Yeah, we got eyes on.
Piotr, we've
Send.
got a squad element pushing towards us from the Glendive.
This morning.
I am.
Oh my god!
Remember, these are their concealment, they're not cover. They'll shoot right through them.
Yep.
I've let Piotr know, but there's we've had
I see movement.
pushing towards us from Glendive.
Alec, do you want me to engage those guys?
Alec, you ready to move?
Yeah, I've got the blood in you. I will come at the pet you.
Okay, you are.
Draw beads on them. They're east, moving left to right, low ground.
Wait, I see them. They're on the road.
Open fire, open fire.
Light them up.
No.
Open fire.
Short.
Magazine.
A little long. See, now it goes through these trees just fine, when before it wouldn't. That'll do for now.
Who's got a launcher?
Is anyone pushing on there or not? What? Fred was pushing.
Boris 1, be prepared for
No eyes.
How to move.
Yes.
Going on.
Copy. Get your heads down, splash.
Disregard, get your heads down. Incoming Artie, get your heads down, get your heads down. Grom, never mind, it's the helicopter. Stay down.
Push into the town or push east towards that other contact?
Move up. Pushing east to the other contact.
Repeat last.
Fucking
He's going down.
Push the town or push the
Is
contact?
it? Push into the valley.
Roger that.
Copy.
He's not going down, he's not
Squad
going
on
down.
me, squad on me.
Right, we'll go off our run now.
Red right, blue
Yeah,
left.
Babushka to ground.
Blue left.
Cancel last run, we're pushing on location now.
Blue left side, line left side.
His moment of glory.
Well, I mean, we'll get another one on the village.
Not weird on anyone. No.
I went for it.
I have 14 kills.
Sorry, repeat last day, Grant. Roger that, Grant. Give us a heads up when you're leaving.
Monia, this is Babushka. Can I get smoke fire on 027?
Machine gun northeast somewhere.
He's down. Good shots.
There's Brom. Blue, catch up.
Roger. Don't push up to the village, Boris 1 and 2, wait for smoke.
Wait for smoke.
We're waiting for smoke here. Just get over these rocks.
I'll give you a heads up when he's back.
Alright, resume the line, blue on the left. Facing northeast.
Cover, definitely. Push up close. When the smoke rounds come in, we'll pop up in a smoke.
Connor, just remember there's at least one times Techie and one times HMG inside the village.
Yep, that's
Quad
fine.
1 mag
Take
check.
it definitely.
Reloading.
Squad 1, check your mags. I got 7.
I got plenty on standby.
Got 5.
Still here also.
Yeah, we're good now.
Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Come on, Alec.
What's up?
Pushing up.
Right, squad push up. Red right, blue left.
When the smoke hits, when the smoke splashes, we'll push up off the hill.
Splash,
Fuck.
smoke.
Roger. Alec, assault.
Yep.
Boris 1, Boris 2, assault. Use the cover.
I'm gonna take my scope off.
Blue, stay left.
Right here to the left.
Don't cross the streams.
That was not a minute. That was very quick.
Air's thinner here. Rounds move faster.
Someone's hot marking. There we go.
I'm not going to push up any further in this pen. I'll let the squads do it.
Nah, fuck that. Push, lad. Push!
Keep going, blue.
Over to this house.
Movement upstairs. Blue, get in amongst the buildings. That was a bad shot. Probably shouldn't have taken it.
Ross got Citra up here.
Grenade, northeast. Citra, get up to Alec. Get in the building.
No. I got Kinu down right
Oh,
here.
go to Keener.
Just put a bandage on his chest. Alright.
Southeast, watch your fire.
Reloading! Going second floor.
Simo, don't go that far ahead. You're in no man's land.
Thundering.
Second floor is clear.
Ross.
Yep.
I need to bleed your fucking head off, mate, because I didn't expect anyone to be in here.
Piotr, sit rep. Boris 2.
I'm gonna put a grenade in the building southeast. Mind your heads.
We got friendlies here to the southeast, so just...
I don't think in that building. I just heard voices coming from it.
Definitely dead now. Reloading.
Moving outside. Or I'm not, because I can't fit through the window.
Hitler, do you have Kino up yet?
Fuck me.
Kinu is here.
Forest 2, message.
I'm working Kinu.
Go across the street. Piotr's team needs you.
Need help?
No,
Oh, yeah, this is
no,
the
don't worry.
Oh, if they were in that building, I'm gonna have the shits.
Green team doesn't need help. He's stable, so I'm gonna leave.
Rose, Red Rose technically looks like heavy rounds.
I'm gonna cross over to the ruins east.
Oh,
What's up?
Roger.
Lucky shot, no.
Yeah, they're over there.
That's my last one.
We got friendly south. Friendly south.
Enemy's top floor, cream house. South side.
Moving in.
South side. Alex is in that building.
Going up.
Well, I mean, if he just fucking let me up, I've let him up back.
Lean.
Oh no.
Jesus Christ. Oh no.
That's real.
Blue, south building.
Yep.
Shit, Alex.
Alright, security here.
Let me go.
Smoke out.
Oh shit. Marshall's down here.
Still bleeding.
Marshall's fucked up. Need a medic on me.
I don't know.
Hey, medic on me.
Yeah, but this is
Marshall.
AI.
He's fucked.
I'm gonna move.
I'm getting his chest.
Oh, is this AI?
Where's
Yeah.
Alex?
There's 2 AI on top of him.
Oh,
Alright.
fuck.
Yep.
He died. Piotr's KIA.
Rip.
Get someone from the squad to take the radio.
If you're not medicing someone, pull security.
Hitler, work on his head. I'm getting his leg.
Dude,
And
I
then you
need
get-
to repack my mags real quick.
With Brant.
I have a shit ton of fucked up stuff.
I'm gonna need help here with Marshall.
I have no match to help
I'm coming
out.
to Marshall.
Yeah,
14 full mags.
he's the body closest to the door, I think. Bandaging his head.
I'm gonna drag him.
Okay, he's bandaged up fully. I'll start
No,
CPRing.
he's not.
Eyes on Brant.
Oh, what?
He's not bandaged. He has
What the fuck was I?
a lot of-
Oh, for fuck's sake, I didn't check the name on the fucking medical menu.
Weak heart rate.
Floating burn.
My bad.
1 or 2 should be good.
Come on, Marshall. Don't die.
CPR him.
Oh fuck.
No, he has no.
I'm gonna give
Okay,
some
fatal
blood
mount.
to the right
He's
leg to
needs
Marshall.
like
Yeah.
2.5 liters.
Just give him a shitload and I'll CPR him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Has everyone got eyes on Brant or anyone else?
And that's why you check the name at the top of the medical menu, when there's like a stack of guys all on top of each other, and especially when they're all wearing the same fucking uniforms, or similar uniforms, I should say.
Send.
Alex, you're gonna be okay.
Both of legs
Yeah.
and right
Drag you back.
arm.
So that's a good meme. I just burnt most of my fucking bandages on a fucking dead enemy.
Yeah, Marshall's good shoe with blood right now.
Alright, Alex, you're gonna
Let's
be
see
okay.
how far we can get. You don't need to give him more.
What does Marshall
yeah.
need?
CPR right now. Yeah, he's stable.
So sorry,
From
Leslie.
the east.
No, you're up.
So the main eastern road.
No one cleared that
Guys,
door.
Brant is just to the south. Brant is
Keep
to
your
the
eyes
or just
down this
just
way.
outside
It's
in
great.
the Brant is to the east. Brant is to the east in
No
a
one
crater.
cleared this one.
What?
South even.
Is he down?
He's just right there.
Break. Okay.
Brant is
Copy,
KO.
break.
Oh,
Always
fuck.
we need to.
Yeah, he's dead.
East side of town. Expect them mechanized assault.
Meekin.
Yep.
Grom's back up. Grommy push. Get him to push on the east side and keep eyes out. Give us full warning.
Get them ready behind us to our west so we can go in a straight west.
So you want to win the hovering
Well, he
location
can.
behind west or doing circles?
a circle to our waist.
Deacon, I have
I
a
need
special
pack
tool that'll help us in our adventure.
I would not advise bringing that into a building. Oh, you're going to armor everyone.
Please can you do a loitering position to our west in preparation for rocket stress to the east sound side?
Do we have any enemy with fucking RPGs around?
Waiting for contact.
You're good to go.
Who's making the sound?
Citra.
Hear the sound?
Azrael.
Like,
Yeah.
that model?
I have you. I
Yo,
have a
Marshall, you need anything?
Ooh.
That's not what I wanted to do.
I had
There
it
we
back.
go.
I'm okay now.
Oh, okay. Oh,
That's,
you're the medic.
It is out of ammunition.
Yes.
Yes.
Basically,
I'm not surprised.
Alright, no launches.
Has anyone found it empty?
We're in done. Thanks for the follow.
No,
Welcome on stream.
pissed off somewhere.
Alright.
Doesn't come back.
No launches up here. Okay.
Yeah. Blue team, I want everyone who's up on me.
Blue team on Alec.
Azrael, you stay there.
Yeah.
Blue team on Alec, come on. Seal.
Don't move. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Blue team, come on.
There was a mass cast.
Yeah, go to Alec. He's over there. Are you nearly done? Okay, Kenya with me.
He's good to go.
Okay, Megan. Where's Megan?
Dunno.
We'll ask Ben, who are we attaching ourselves to? It's only two of us.
Did you spawn in from
Rely
death?
on me. We're doing what we do best and digging the Maginot line right
Oh,
here.
Ben, I need you in my position.
Just push over to the east side, because that's where everyone's corrugating.
Start digging, start digging, start digging.
Ben.
Megan, you want to resupply
Dig like
from
you've never
the-
done
Yeah, exactly that. I want it. I want it, yeah.
Would you not be... Okay. I'll get
Just
called
because
in.
it's an open area.
Yeah.
Digging a long trench here.
This is Grom. No, Grom, this is Babushka.
There's only two outward rats.
Please can you grab us some crates and drop them on the east side near the construction building?
What roles are you? You're a machine gun, you're a what? Yeah, fuck that.
Thank you.
You just join up us.
Alright, stop digging the long trench. We don't want it too tall.
Ben, you cold in that?
Yeah,
I can't camouflage it.
On the east side, as close to the construction building as he can.
Like, that's a lovely LZ right in front of us.
Well, that's why if he sees that, like...
He won't. He'll be awkward.
No, that's what I mean, though. I'm just gonna let him...
Dig it back to it or something.
That's what I mean, at least here we've got a concrete building and the Maginot line. Like...
It might be worth spreading out a bit, though.
Yeah.
Or at least having
where's my
a
guys?
further back location.
Yeah, we'll use the...
Oh,
We'll use this as a first fallback. And we'll use that house as a second fallback.
Alex, were you part of Against Squad?
Right, that's okay. We'll just use that.
Yeah, I think they had you join.
We can have guys in here from the start.
Did you join on command?
Yeah.
Small ones are like a single man pit now.
I don't know.
No, it's good.
I'm going to jump on top of the construction and keep the binoculars out.
No.
Yeah, but don't go too far in case you get shot in the target.
Probably won't let me.
Nah.
Alec.
Yeah.
Oops.
Where are you?
Right here.
Yeah.
So this building here, you put
I'm
machine
checking
gun in
if
the
you
window.
need to be medic.
I've already got my yeah, I can do that. I've already got my marksman up there. I'll move him
Okay,
there.
I was gonna say that's our fallback position. No debate, Alec. I'm saying that's our fallback position.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah, I
put
can't
the
really,
there, but there's no ammo for it, sadly.
Let us.
Can I not rotate this anymore? You used to be able to rotate them. That's
No.
kind of...
Unfortunately.
Can we get ammo for the quad? God? God? That's it.
Stalin
Wait,
recreated.
helicopters.
Why?
Do you want me to ask if Grom can bring us some cord ammo?
Do you guys know what the fallback point is?
He was meant to be bringing
This
those
is it,
boxes
the
he had on him.
Fallback point is that big two-story back there.
Uh-huh. I'm stuck walking for
Ezreal's
some
already in
reason.
with his-
Yeah, I don't know if you'll be bringing in supplies, don't worry. So just so you guys are aware, this building here, or south, or west, sorry.
I do not know what I've done, but I am now stuck.
Yeah, would you like me to request you and move you?
No, like, for some reason I'm locked in walking. I can't even lean around or anything.
I don't know what to tell you.
No, don't worry about it.
Babushka's grown.
No, Dushka right here. Yeah, that's a chopper. That's a chopper.
Oh, it might be because I'm stuck in dig mode, maybe?
Yep.
It will bring some, if you know what I mean.
This will.
Yeah. So I expect it to be real once he lands.
No, I'm still stuck walking. I can't even sprint. What the fuck?
I think he's had to get out of the helicopter to load the crates.
What did I even press?
So he's had to spool down, get in, well, get out, load, jump in, spool up.
To be fair, that is the best position you can land in. Oh no!
He can just fall on east south side. He's up.
Ow.
I don't know.
East side of the construction, there's a small area.
Oh, no, no. What? Bro.
Drums incoming. Popping purple on our location now.
No, we cannot.
Popping purple smoke, don't worry.
Like, normally when you're fucking stuck walking, you can at least sprint, but I can't.
Yeah, Ben, that hurt a lot. Oh god, what's he doing?
Oh no. I don't know, but I did tell him east side. He's gonna come into the south.
Is he using auto hover?
For some reason, I'm completely stuck walking. I cannot unwalk. I can't even sprint, so... Don't know what happened. I'm not wounded and I'm not stuck on anything.
Maybe we need, like, you know, to reset you.
Ross, were you saying that on 4-1
Like,
or 4-0?
4-1.
Just ask.
Try, like, control alt together,
ask
like,
command if they
control
can just
C,
reset you or
like,
something.
there was some bumping for now.
Where's the clear?
Ross, if you're like messed up, just like DM Graham or hit
Yeah.
Y or something if you want. Really?
Okay.
Go on me.
Resupply is up.
Yeah.
You move it? Alec, can you move it?
Measure that. Bushka's there, go back for a second. Cash in, case that's
Hold on, I got you, Ross. Is that still?
I'm not wounded. I'm not wounded. I'm not wounded.
I know. This bug sometimes happens.
Oh.
Here we go. And there we go, it should be fixed. No, you're not fixed.
Yeah.
Dropping an RPG.
Oh, have I? What the fuck? How did I do that?
Observational.
Thanks, Grim. I must have fat fingered it while I was trying to get to the entrenching tool. Paquito, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Whoop! That's not the button I meant to press. There we go.
Alex, let's go to resupply again. You know where it is? So, box over here. Over there. Be quick. Don't worry about AK mags. Just
I don't think I have to RP that. I think that's just how it is.
He needs AK mags.
Yeah, you can.
Yep.
Would it be okay if I put your bag down, like right next to
He
you?
landed to drop off a crate and a medical crate.
Yep.
I asked I've got the lads putting it in the Alamo.
Oh.
Where's the crate?
Because I didn't want you to think like it'd be worth dragging him down here.
No.
If there's infantry pushing us. He's now on a holding pattern to the west.
Right. I've decided to call Alamo. It's gonna be the fallback call.
A whistle might also be good.
Yeah. Okay, so regroup whistle. We'll go for the regroup whistle against fallback.
Right.
Hear that, Ross?
Mm-hmm.
Regroup whistles fallback. Alec, spread to your squad that you call
2 times UAZ, 1 times BTR.
Vehicles incoming.
Roger that, Grass. Thank you for the heads up. We got BTR and 2 UAZs.
Yep, I gotcha.
30 60 seconds.
The long whistle is fallback.
Yeah, I heard.
Can you inform the rest of the team that?
If you hear a long whistle, it means fall back. Also, prep your AT if you have it.
No, free burst.
I will never abandon you.
Oh, 3 burst? I was just told long.
Position at the moment.
I said
Spotted for.
free burst.
Mike, do you want me to reacquire my team?
No, they use that thing.
Are you back? Yeah, please do that.
Clear my back blast. And my front blast.
Right.
Should be up there.
Back blast clear.
Dead.
Are you shooting at something?
Peter.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to shoot at something.
Come over.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. This fucking thing.
Fucking hate the sights on this.
Spread this floor.
And you can't use the actual proper sight ladder for some reason. Oh, you can't. What?
We are moving
What?
Chilliwack.
What?
You made
When did this happen?
Yeah,
Okay.
He's currently on the roof, I believe.
Never mind me then. Set to 150, which actually is probably 100, so we'll just use the
Marshall, backblast.
use the main site and just hold low.
Backblast.
Brand? Okay, cool. Just making sure.
Ross.
I know, right? Yep.
Ross.
You're on the roof.
Sorry, not Ross. Peter. My bad. Peter.
Yes.
This building here behind us, record.
Yeah, that's the last.
That's the
dance, yeah.
Alamo. That's the Alamo.
Okay,
That's
cool,
fallback
cool,
position.
cool. I don't like the Alamo.
Infantry due east.
Yeah, infantry scene.
Infantry to east.
Yes.
Don't open fire until either they open fire on us or they're like very close where the previous guys were.
Ross, there's 2 squads maneuvering. Get prepared to launch some HE that way.
Preparing.
Second squad.
We have visuals.
300.
Other element size.
Say the word.
Distance. 400 meters.
Bearing 82 and bearing 88. The 2 squads split off separate directions.
Yeah.
Both sides of the road.
The I can see the guys advancing along the our left. The guys on our right are obscured.
There's more on the right.
Yeah, I saw them, but they're behind trees to me now.
We also have gentlemen to the southeast.
Guys on the right are combat active. Guys on the road are not.
Platoon, are we ready to engage?
They're combat active on the road.
Open fire! Short. Apparently, I have somehow only got 1 grenade, and I just shot it, so... I swear I had a lot more than that. I refilled last time I was in the helicopter. BTR, BTR! Clear my back blast! Nice shot. I don't know what the fuck happened to my grenades. Stoppage.
Magazine. Yeah.
Back in.
Security, please.
Yeah, no other grenades. Must have shot them all. Didn't think I did. My range estimation's been kind of hokey today, to be honest.
Might be going in.
Repack now if you need to.
Keep going.
Incoming. Something.
Mind your heads.
Ross, you up?
Yeah, I'm up.
He got sploink.
That was danger close.
Blue, keep your heads down. Wheel up.
Ross, what's your status?
I'm good, just checking on the rest of my team. Blue, are we all up? Are you fucking serious? Am I backpack on my... Okay, here's 2. Blue's good. Stoppage. I'll watch the road since other squad's engaging those guys. Whoop.
Wait, do you need morphine?
Now I have one.
Alright. You should be good to go.
Stoppage. Back in. In close, east, southeast. Stoppage. Back in. Stoppage. Shit, seals down. Seals down. Medic on me. Work on it.
I'm working on him.
Yeah, go on now. Yeah, you can grab some more ammo.
QX.
Yeah. Giving you 250 more. Red crayon.
Are you doing CPR?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just started.
Alright.
Hey.
Never mind, man.
$25 soldiers.
0 kills.
0.
And here we observe the terrible effect of the marksman slot upon Monkey.
Well, thank you all for playing. Submit feedback, but before you leave, we have an announcement to make. Well, a vote. We're looking at upgrading the server, getting virtual, well, headless clients and such to increase performance, which has been abhorrently clear when we've been playing Antistasi. It is, however, a let me look up the actual numbers. It is a price difference of about 10 euros per month, or $10 per month, compared to the regular ones. And because we mostly rely on donations, well, we rely on donations at this moment. We thought it would be good to ask, and we'll be doing a quick vote thing and posting it in announcements. So please take your time if you care. If you don't vote, you obviously don't care. So.
Grim?
I vote for Grim setting up OnlyFans account.
No one wants that.
It will be only available to us. It will be only available to us.
The difference you say is $10 a month, right?
Yes.
Oh, we're getting 1 or 2 headless clients?
We're getting 1.
1. If I comp you for the next 2 years, do we not have to vote? The difference, that is.
Well, if the payment is done up front, then sure.
Sure, no, I'm not joking.
This. We don't want that much donations, because if I want to quit, I don't want to be forced to pay back that amount of money. So.
No, I'm not talking about a refundable donation. I'm talking about just the €10 difference per month. That for 2 years.
Well, when we run out of money from these donations, we'll start begging again. But we're gonna put up a poll, so please answer the poll. And thank you all for coming and playing this mission. It was a little bit fucky, but hope y'all liked it.
That was good.
Now, y'all have a good one. Ross, you're not escaping. You're going to the
I
meeting room.
know.
Goodbye.
You put me in a helicopter just to crash.
User was moved to your channel. User was moved to your channel. User was moved to your channel.
I heard an anti-stars before we got moved.
yes, anti-stasi's been handled.
Okay, so let's start with DMC. How did you think that went from the perspective of a pilot?
I'm still trying to comprehend the irony of you putting me in a helicopter only to get shot. But interesting.
He was literally on forced hold fire, but he decided to not give a fuck when he saw that juicy ass of yours.
Yeah, no, it was fine. Performance was fine. I'm not going to complain about lack of fire missions or anything. I was there scouting. I liked it.
One more thing. Are we running Antistasi?
Yes.
On whose server, Sims or ours?
The new Sima Holo one.
The new Sima Holo one? We have a new one?
We currently tested them in tandem, so Sim's got a current server which is the same as ours, but headless.
Oh!
Yeah, it's the new one.
Yes.
Simo forced it down our throats, and now we're testing it.
Yeah, he literally purchased it.
Yeah.
And said, please use this.
Okay, so, okay, anything else? Like, anything mission-wise or anything?
Like, for me? The performance was good for me, so I can't complain.
Okay. Well, Ross, do you have anything from a perspective of a team leader? Any wrangling that needs to be straightened out, or?
Not really. I actually managed to get them to go into line automatically on contact. I was pretty happy with that. Now, if we can just remind them to do that every time, it'd be pretty cool.
Very good, very good. Anything else?
Not that I can really think of.
Okay. Are you streaming, by the way, right now?
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Piotr,
No.
anything from you?
Nah, not really. I put everything I wanted to mention in the debrief, but it's just minor things.
Okay, so unless DMC Piotr or sorry, unless anybody from the proper admin team has anybody to say to DMC Piotr or Ross.
Thanks for team leading today, Ross.
No worries.
Yeah.
Good job.
Oh,
It was a bit clusterfucky at the start, but that was my my bad.
forgot one small thing. Please never give us that particular helicopter again because of the clipping of the armored panels on the left and right side, which makes it impossible to look left.
So what you're saying is you want to get shot more often.
It is the only armed Mi-8, so no.
There are multiple, I checked, but okay, sure.
Man literally got pilot sniped, and he wants the helicopter without the cheek armor.
Yes.
Okay, well, thanks for flying, thanks for team leading, and thanks for squad leading.
Thanks for the mission.
Y'all have a good one. Bye.
What? Are we not having our racist commentary? What? Damn.
Why are you like this? If you guys are doing anti-Stasi, it looks like my plans for After Armor might not be happening today, so I'll probably grab something and I'll be along in a bit.
Hell, did you just
mute myself for the time being.
meeting?
It wasn't anything like sensitive. Don't worry.
Yeah, but you still streamed the admin meeting. You could have told the rest of us so we could get on the hot gun.
Look, I forgot there was going to be actual admin going on. I assumed it was just a debrief for the mission. If there was any shit talking of any specific members, don't worry, I would have joined in.
Yeah, they already decided to ban Brant again.
I don't think that explains it. Anything?
Yeah,
Anyway,
no, I mean, that's
I'll
literally what we were talking about.
be back in a bit. I need food, so give me like probably, I don't know, 20 minutes or something. fun piece of trivia, considering the last song was Holiday in Cambodia. Did you guys know that after the Vietnam War, the Khmer Rouge, the genocidal, horrifically authoritarian regime that ran Cambodia, did you know that was supported by the CIA? Fun little factoid for you. Because they were fighting the Vietnamese. So because the Viet Minh won the war, essentially, by waiting until the Americans all left and then just rushing B, the US government decided that they would back the Khmer Rouge in their conflict against the newly established Socialist Republic of Vietnam. And, yeah, about that. Just a fun little historical factoid for you while I get to eating my breakfast here. Anti-Stasi should be up by now, but I need to eat before I join. I wonder why BTTV integration isn't working with the on-screen chat. That's kind of annoying. I haven't yet, no. I've only played on Tempest once so far. It was on Caucasus. I haven't got round to trying out the new campaign. I barely played DCS, so... Like, I've had a couple of times I played it since September, mostly on Enigma's server, and then, like, once on Tempest, but... I just haven't really been in the mood. And then when I do want to play, either the server's, like, dead, or one team is turbo stacked and it's not the team I want to play, or, as happened last time I attempted to stream DCS, my PC is just not playing nice with me, or rather DCS wasn't playing nice with me, it wasn't my PC that was the issue. So, I don't know, I kind of gone off it. And also the recent, shall we say, succession of disappointments for Cold War appreciators have kind of put me off as well, to be honest. If we get one more announcement of a really, like, cool and or pivotally important Cold War aircraft, and it's like a variant that either didn't exist or was from the 2000s, like late 2000s, I'm going to... Look, I won't be held responsible for my actions.
Wait, J8 Peace Pearl is not Cold War.
God damn it. Thanks for the resub, Steve. It's not just that. Apparently there was a teaser of a 29, but it was a 29G. Or at least it was teased in Luftwaffe markings. I'm hoping it was only Luftwaffe markings, because if it's an actual 29G, it's Western avionics for navigation, for communications, for everything that isn't the sensors. At which point you may as well just improve the fucking radar code and the IRST code for the FC3 MiG-29 and just leave me with that. I'd be happier with that. It's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster, because it's like, wait, MiG-29 not abandoned? And then it was like, oh, it's a 29G. I don't know, we'll see. After first the Chinook, and then the J8, I've become extremely skeptical of any Cold War module that is announced or appears until I'm sure that it's 100% a Cold War module, not some modern bullshit. At least I can't ruin Su-15. You're not wrong. But, you know, that would necessitate them being able to do Su-15 to begin with. It's really hard to find documents for. It's the unfortunate thing with being a PVO appreciator. The only really well-documented PVO interceptor, as far as, like, getting documents from a Western perspective is this, the MiG-25. I don't even know if you can get documents for things like Su-9, Su-11, Su-15 that easily if you're in Russia, let alone like now with what's going on. Why does Decker do the one version with Western avionics? They were probably told you're not doing any Chinese domestic avionics, so if you don't want to get in the van, do American avionics, which is like, I get it, but I'd rather just not have a J8. If that's the only option, I'd rather have something they can do without having to do the shittiest version. Hey Slabbit, no, I am not switching to DCS. I'm doing the opposite of switching to DCS. I'm going to be playing anti-Stasi with the armor guys. I'm just eating first. Because I'm hungry. Monkey hungry. I know some people can look past stuff like that and be like, oh, well, it's just pretend it's a J8 with Chinese avionics. Like, first of all, from a gameplay perspective, that's not how that works at all. They're completely different aircraft capabilities-wise, as much as I hate to use the C word. But also from a, like, aesthetic standpoint, personally, I can't do that. I cannot do that. I can overlook, like, one switch panel being in there that shouldn't be or whatever, but when it's the entire radar, it drives me out the wall. So I don't know if I'll get the J8. I might test it out, but I don't know if I'll buy it. Because the main thing I'm interested in is how it flies, right? The interest for me in the J8 is how it flies and how the avionics work. And if the avionics are just a fucking APG-66, I don't care. Because I know how an APG-66 works, and I don't fucking like the APG-66, so... It's a pretty good one, Zabby. Yeah, I know it is. I know it is, but it's not really the same thing. And besides, it's still not a Cold War plane. So it's like, even if I do get it, I probably won't play it very much because I like Cold War stuff. I don't like modern stuff. The only place I want to deal with an APG-66 is on an F-16A. If we had an F-16A, you would see me fly the 16 a lot more. But we don't. We have a C. We have a C Block 50, which is like the least interesting variant of F-16 for me. Apparently now it's MiG-29 having a Western RWR. I literally was just talking about that earlier, Zabby. If it's westernized, I don't want it. I would rather just them improve the radar and the IRST code for the FC3 MiG-29. Like, no, not really, because that's the thing. The only thing missing from the existing MiG-29 is systems, right? The flight model is there. Like, the FC3 MiG-29 has as good a flight model as you're likely to get from a full fidelity MiG-29. There's not going to be any difference in how it flies. Not really. That's all it is just the avionics. So if we get a westernized one, you're going to have none of the Eastern Bloc navigation and radio avionics. You're going to get none of the Eastern Bloc fucking... Well, see, I don't know. I don't know if the 29G had a Western RWR. I guess it probably had a 67 shoehorned into it. But if it's a 29G with Western avionics, I'm probably not going to buy it because I have no interest in it. I really don't want Eastern shit with Western fucking avionics in. Like, it defeats half the purpose or more of buying the entire aircraft for me. And if it's a MiG-29, which we already have one of, like, the experience of flying the MiG-29, how it handles in the air and all of that, I can already get that from FC3. So it, instead of destroying half the reason for me to buy it, it destroys the entire reason for me to buy it, which would be more in-depth avionics for the 29. And the 29's avionics are actually interesting. Like, its nav system and everything are actually interesting. So when that's been gutted out and replaced with a Western unit, it's like, the fuck would I buy it? It's just a fucking F-16. Like, I really... If all they're gonna do, and this isn't just ED or DECA, this is just in general, if all we're gonna get for DCS Red 4 is Soviet-era aircraft, not even modern shit, but Soviet-era aircraft, but with Western crap grafted into it, I don't want it. I really, honestly do not want it. I'd rather have more FC3 tier, like, Red 4 stuff. You're gonna have to remember that many binds anyway, Zab. Like, I don't know how awkward it is for you to, like, click stuff in VR, because I know you guys have, like, those hand pointer things, but the 29's ergonomics are so bad that you're going to have to do that anyway. Like, the 29's radar controls are spread across 2 or 3 separate panels. The weapons controls are on a separate panel themselves. Like, it's like the MiG-21, but actually slightly worse with how scattered the controls are. So, you're either going to have to bind it all to HOTAS anyway, like you already do in FC3, or you're going to have to VR, like, point-to-click everything, which is going to be really awkward in a fight. Well, in that case, like, you may as well just get the the clickable FC3 mod. Might still break certain modules, but, like, that's the crux of it. Like, you're not really gaining that much. You gain a bit more fidelity in the radar and the IRST, and a bit more fidelity in the controls for those, but otherwise, like, the nav systems, all of that shit, the actually interesting Soviet nav systems are going to be replaced by the same bullshit you have in the F-16 or the F-18 or whatever. It's just... I'm not interested. It's basically just taking the shell of a plane I'm interested in and then putting in the innards of a plane that I have no interest in. Like, the primary reason I don't fly the Jeff is because its avionics are so westernized. They're not even actual Western avionics, but they're westernized. And it just kills my interest in it. For real, it sounds like you deny getting water in a desert because it's not Fuji water? No. It's, like... Water in a desert is something I need. A fucking Western MiG-29 is not something I need. I already have a MiG-29. Like, that's the point. That's the point, Zabby. I already have it. I can already get what I need from what I already have. I don't need time being spent on some bullshit that's literally just the same plane, but with the avionics out of an F-16 or whatever. You know, like, it's just so utterly pointless. I would rather them spend that dev time and dev money on adding aircraft that they can actually add to the game without the fear of the FSB breathing down their neck or whatever it is this time. Like, if they cannot do a basic bitch, you know, 29-912, if for whatever reason they cannot do that, then I'd rather them just not touch it. I'd rather them not do it. Maybe upgrade this, like, improve the way the FC3 MiG-29's radar and stuff works, so it's a bit better simulated, but even if they don't make it higher fidelity, I don't care. 29 video was a do you want one? I haven't even seen it yet, to be fair. Like, I have not even seen it yet, but I was told it apparently was a 29G. So I'm just going off what I'm told here, because first I heard of it was when I started the stream today. The thing is, Zabby, if you show fucking Hoggit and 90% of the DCS community a Red 4 aircraft with fucking Western avionics in it, they will prefer that over an actual Red 4 aircraft. That's the problem, is the DCS community is so terminally fucking brain dead. They don't want shit, like, they don't want Red 4 shit with actual Red 4 stuff in it. They want Red 4 planes with avionics they already know how to use from the Hornet or the F-16. That's the problem. Is the community is so completely infiltrated by brainworms, they don't want to learn a new plane, and they don't want anything that's unfamiliar to them. That's why the Viggen isn't more popular. Like, the Viggen has a really committed but really small sort of player base. Likewise, the Mirage. Because as soon as you put the average DCS boomer in anything that's not American, they'll throw a fucking tantrum because, oh, I have to use a slightly different version of the thing I already use. Or, like, it's instrumented in a different unit, which I didn't learn at school, and I can't be bothered to do the conversions. Like, it's just... I don't know, dude. The longer I've played DCS, the more fucking disillusion I've got with the community as a whole, and with the way the game's going. Like, there's so much potential, and DCS is moving in a lot of... like, in a good direction in a lot of ways. It's really, really been improving in a lot of ways, and then this happens, where we're just getting, apparently, you know, more and more modules that lean into the issue DCS has, where even if we get something that's historically significant, we don't get the historically significant variant. We get the variant from fucking 5 years ago. Again, coming back to the Chinook, like, yeah, even if it's under contract for the Italian Air Force or Army or whoever operates it, would it really be asking so much that, as well as the MFD version, we get a steam gauge version? I would prefer just not getting the MFD version at all, but, you know, that's me. Like, because that's the thing. Like, even in Iraq in 2003, in Afghanistan in 2001, US Chinooks didn't have MFDs in them. They were literally as they were in Vietnam. They were all steam gauges. I think they had a couple new radios in them, and that was about it. So, like, the one we're getting is full glass, which even the US didn't have, like, 5-10 years ago for the bulk of their Chinooks. And yeah, oh, it's just a screen, it doesn't change anything. It does. It changes the way the aircraft works. It also changes how it looks. It's just... I don't know, dude. I don't know. If we're gonna just keep getting more and more feature creep and more modern bullshit, then sure, if you can look past it and pretend it's not there, then whatever, I guess that's good. But I can't, and I don't think that it's valid to expect people to do it. So... They're not, Zabby. Like, they're not. There is no evidence of that happening, because the only devs to do multiple variants of an aircraft so far are Heat Blur, who last I heard are trying to back out of doing the Alley Cat, because they realized it would actually involve doing some 3D work, and fucking Aegis. That's it. Now, someone remind me of... Oh, and Polychop, actually, with the Gazelle. That's it, though. Like, that's all I can think of off the top of my head. Is the F-14, the Mirage F1, and the Gazelle. I don't really care about being able to fly plane. I can fly plane fucking anywhere. Like, I can get the same fucking plane in another game, whatever. I want an actually interesting, historically relevant version of the plane to do the thing it did, that it's famous for doing. Like, if I want to just fly plane and not care about the systems, I'll play fucking Misfizz and I'll wait for someone to release one there. I don't just want to fly plane, I want to experience using plane in its historical context. And if you don't have the right systems, that goes out the fucking window. If you don't have the right systems, you may as well not have the plane at all, because you're only getting less than half of the picture. Like, especially when it comes to modern shit, avionics means more than airframe does. And so when you get a modernized aircraft, it could be a Cold War vintage airframe, but you put modern avionics in it, it's not the same plane, functionally, at all. It's not used the same, it doesn't have the same capabilities, it's completely different. And, you know, we'll see how things go. I want to believe that this is just a blip on the radar and we'll actually get the planes we need, but we'll see. Because if DCS keeps moving in the direction that we're just getting more and more modern shit, or we're getting variants that aren't historically relevant, I'll just find something else to play. Like, I've already largely lost interest in it recently, so we'll see how we go, but I have a lot more fun just flying around in Misfizz now than I do in DCS, because I don't have to argue with dipshits in Misfizz who are trying to get things added or removed that, you know, so that their team can win over the other team or whatever. And I don't have to worry if the avionics aren't 100% correct, because I'm not using them. You know? I can just chill out. Unlike DCS. Like, half the problem DCS has... Excuse me, talking my mouth full. Half the problem DCS has is that it's a Switchology simulator. It's always been a Switchology simulator. DCS as we know it exists because Eagle Dynamics got a contract from the US to make the A10 module, the A10C. And from that moment, they kind of painted themselves into a corner of making cool things with fully clickable cockpits, but no coherent design behind what it's going to be used for. That's the problem, is at its core, DCS is a Switchology simulator. Was it Car 50 it was first? Okay, well, A10 second, my bad. But the effect's still the same. Like, you kind of ended up... You kind of end up paint into a... I can't speak this morning, sorry. You kind of end up painted into a corner, because then everyone's buying the A10 and going, oh my god, 2005 US plane, so cool, give us more of this. So you end up with the Hornet, the F-16. Like, they're cool planes, but they don't have a... They don't really have a coherent thing to use them in, besides bombing, like, angry beard men in the mountains, or trucks in the desert. That's all they do. So you have the situation where, in DCS, Blue 4, like, their most common modules are more than 40 years newer than their closest Red 4 equivalents. And there's not really any easy way of remedying it, because you can't do more modern Red stuff. And the more, like, the more period correct, shall we say, like the contemporary Blue stuff to the Red stuff that we already have, is not as technologically advanced, and the DCS community has managed to gaslight itself into believing that a 2005 era Hornet or 2005 era F-16 is the same thing as the original aircraft in the mid-70s or the early 80s. Exactly the same. And this is the issue, right? It's a Switchology simulator. So the majority of the player base cares more about my full fidelity clickable switches, my fucking capabilities, my plane has to do everything under the sun. This is why they keep getting modern variants, right? Is because the community will throw a fucking tantrum if you offer them a plane that can't do everything at once. Like, every time a Cold War aircraft is announced, they're asking about its capabilities. And when they find out it doesn't have a ground mapping radar, or when they find out it can't fire active radar homing missiles, or when they find out it can't do this or it can't do that, suddenly they start crying about it and asking for more. Like, they start asking for fucking unicorn upgrade variants used by, like, one country in Southeast Asia or something. This is the problem. The majority of the DCS player base is so single-mindedly obsessed with toys that they're not interested in anything else, and they'll prioritize that over everything else. Kind of whack how people want multi-role stuff when planes cost $80. If they didn't ask for so much multi-role shit, the planes wouldn't cost $80, because it wouldn't need that much dev time to fill out the systems. I'm just saying. It's like in Misfits, how people keep going, oh, these airliners are so expensive, I can't pay $80, $90, $100 for an airliner. Don't fucking buy an airliner? I don't know, buy a DC-3 or something? Oh wait, the DC-3 is free. That's the point, Zabby, is you can buy something like a fucking Warbird, which is a pretty complex aircraft in itself, because it's got a lot of engine modeling going on, but it still isn't anywhere near as expensive as the latest U-Butte fucking 5 MFD US, or even these days Chinese aircraft. Because it doesn't take as much time to develop, it doesn't take as many people to develop, and the material's more easily available. The devs don't have to guess at things, they actually can access the aircraft in person. Could it be that glass cockpits are easier to replicate than steam gauges? They're not really. They're not. In terms of art, maybe, and even then, it depends. It's a different style of art. But in terms of systems complexity, it's probably easy to bind things or like map things up to switches and stuff than have multiple screens you have to navigate through with different click zones for things. I don't know. I don't buy the argument that MFDs are easier than analog systems to do. I used to think maybe they would be, because analog systems have a lot of, you know, variation, and things like transient voltage will fuck with a gauge or whatever, or fuck with a system, but apparently the sheer amount of pages and shit that people have to code in for MFDs ends up taking them just as long, if not longer anyway, so I guess there's not that much of a difference at the end of the day. I think it's an aesthetic choice. I genuinely think it's an aesthetic choice on the part of the player base. They're scared of gauges. A lot of them will actively moan if they have to deal with gauges, because I don't know how to read them. And it's not just, like, you would expect that maybe from younger people that have had a digital watch all their lives and never had to learn to read a clock face. My sister's like that. My sister cannot read an analog clock. But it's not. It's, like, older members of the DCS community too, like fucking boomers and shit. They still want MFDs because it's seen as this new hotness. And if you're an American, it's just the assumed level of technology the United States has somehow always had. I'm surprised they're not asking for MFDs in the Warbirds, because they just assume US technological ascendancy is at such a level that a Vietnam-era jet was full of MFDs. You know what I mean? Really, the tech gap is nowhere near, well, was nowhere near as big as DCS players think it was. Nowhere near. Missed out on some Enigma Huey game. Last time I tried to play on Enigma servers, Abby, my PC was hard locking. I've given up on that server until the next DCS patch, which hopefully fixes whatever the fuck was causing my issues. Because DCS was fine anywhere else, it's just that server it didn't like for some reason, especially not while I was streaming it. So I wonder if there's like some DCS bug that crept in at the last patch that just doesn't play well on really resource-intensive servers. Which happens from time to time. Things do creep back in. Is that a deal breaker though? DCS is a sandbox? Yes, that's exactly why it's a deal breaker. Sandboxes are crap. I'm gonna throw that one out there, and this is coming from an Arma player. Sandboxes are crap. Like, I'm sorry, but it is what it is. Like, if you give me a toy, I want toys that play nicely with it. I don't want like one toy that does one thing, another toy that doesn't belong with it, you know? Like, the only reason Arma is a viable game is because the community puts in so much content to give you stuff to do. And even then, you have to make the missions yourself. Like, Arma is pure sandbox, and Arma is barely viable. It's only viable because the community exists. If it wasn't for the community, Arma would not be as long-lived as it is. Main coda got changed in it. Oh, yeah. I didn't think about that. I wonder. Although surely they wouldn't have changed that much already. But yeah, like, for me, that is a deal breaker. If you just give me random scattergun type shit that doesn't fit with each other, then, like, what's the point? In something like Misfizz, where there's no combat and you just fly whatever you want whenever you want, that's fine. Like, a complete scattergun approach is fine to something that's not, you know, not combat-oriented. But when you've got a combat-oriented game, and you're just spitting out modules from here, there, and everywhere with no sort of coherence in either time period or technology level, it's a clusterfuck. Because if I want to make any given historical situation in DCS right now, I can't do it without substituting at least half of the units involved for something that's either more capable or less capable. And by more or less capable, I mean substituting out early Cold War M60s for thermal-sighted M60s, or substituting out, like, M48s or M46s with fucking Shermans. That's what I mean. And the solution isn't BMS either, because while BMS does have a lot of units, BMS... Well, okay, let's actually talk about this, because this is one thing BMS does right, but also, for the perspective of me, does wrong. BMS does specific theaters, which is good. That's how you're supposed to do it. But it does specific theaters I'm not that interested in. So in the case of BMS, like, yes, they have a more cohesive playset. They have about the same number of units overall, but there's less variety in them. They're mostly just variants of each other. But from my perspective, as someone who's interested in Cold War stuff, and particularly Cold War Red 4 stuff, BMS is not viable for me. Whereas DCS has Cold War Red stuff, but it doesn't have the contemporary US aircraft for it, or it doesn't have the right ground units for it, for example. Like, this is the problem. You need an approach, and this is why Gunner Heat PC is so promising, is because the first thing they fucking laid down was, this is our cutoff. We're doing Fulda in 1985. If it wasn't there in Fulda in 1985, it is not going in the game. Done. Problem solved. And so you don't even need a huge amount of content. You need just enough to flesh out that setting. You need just enough depth to flesh out that setting, and you're good to go. Whereas I feel with ED now and all the third-party devs for DCS, they're going to be playing catch-up for God knows how many years just to fill out a single theater. World War II, like, for instance, you've got things like a late 42, early 43, early production Spitfire Mark 9 that goes up against literally the latest, greatest BF-109 that only flew in small numbers, did very little because there was almost no fuel left at that point in the war, and half of them were built so badly they could barely fly anyway, you know what I mean? Cold War's not appreciated anywhere, already thought about it. We're perverts, no one cares about this shit, but same perverts like we are. Any game, any genre. Strike Fighters did, but Strike Fighters is a bit too low fidelity. If Strike Fighters was a little bit higher fidelity, I'd be a lot more keen to buy it, but it's both a little too low fidelity and way too expensive. What's an example of a realistic and engaging combat sim? Your first choice. It depends. That's kind of a loaded question, because if you mean in terms of the world, in terms of procedures, in terms of the things happening around you, the answer is just hands down BMS. Like, it's not even a contest. If it's the individual units involved, if you have the right unit, then it's DCS. Because BMS only covers the F-16 in any depth, right? And it only covers basically late F-16s for now. Like, you can't simulate a proper F-16A yet, although I think they should be able to in the future. if you want to fly a MiG-29 in BMS, it's just a reskinned F-16. If you could only have one, I would probably just go back to playing World War II Sims. Like, really, if I could only have one, I'd probably just go back to playing World War II Sims. Because World War II Sims are the only ones where I could choose one. That's the long and the short of it. If you want to do more modern than World War II, you either accept the lower fidelity of Strike Fighters, which is... Strike Fighters is a fun game, but it's not really... It's an arcade sim, and it's more on the arcade sim side than, say, even IL-2 is. Because I think by default, Strike Fighters has auto-trim on everything, even. So you're either going back to Strike Fighters, which at least has the depth of content in a fairly living world, but you need to mod the shit out of it to make it really what it ought to be. Or you're dealing with trade-offs in BMS or DCS, because either one of them you're going to have to deal with trade-offs. I mean, I've been singing the praises of DCS for a while, because they have genuinely been making some massive strides on it, and it has a shit ton of potential, and I really honestly do not think we're ever going to see, at least in our lifetimes, a viable non-industry competitor to DCS in that space. Because, even if you had a startup with good developers and a lot of money behind it, you would still have to play catch-up to ED in terms of the amount of content in the game. And that's with ED having to work uphill against the battle of legacy code. Like, you could lay down the groundwork a lot quicker than ED can, because they're having to upgrade shit from fucking 1970-something. Not really, but there's, still code probably from Flanker era somewhere in the game. So you could lay down the groundwork a lot faster, but then to actually fill out the units, it would take you a while to catch up to them. And even when you do catch up to them, you'd have to avoid making the same mistake, I would call it, but I understand why they did it. And at the time, it was a smart business decision of the shotgun approach, of adding things just willy-nilly based on whoever contracts you to do it. And they won't have ED's connections, exactly. This is the problem. This is the curse of being a combat sim player, other than World War II. And even World War II sims have their issues. But, if you don't want the most modern bullshit, you're fucked. Pretty much. And it's not to blame ED for doing it, because I totally get it. But it is what it is. And like Seal said, us Cold War weirdos are kind of left out in the cold, funnily enough, with this shit. And yeah, Ben, I know Anti-Stasi's starting. I'm still eating, because I'm talking instead of eating. So I'll be there in a little while. I don't know, man. It's not about waiting for the game, it's building the community. It's it's a slow process, though, because you're still fighting uphill. Look at the community that Enigma's built. We already had the Cold War community from Alpens and all the other servers that existed before, right? But look at Enigma's community. That's grown up really quickly. But even there, you go into Enigma's Discord and you will see, 10 bad takes in 9 minutes about how such and such 2005 era aircraft is basically the same thing as the Cold War plane. That's the thing. They're Cold War fans in the fucking pointing soy jack kind of context of Cold War fans. They don't actually know anything. And I don't think, with the DCS community being what it is, and with Hoggett existing, I don't think we're ever going to be able to get enough critical mass behind Cold War to force anyone's hand. Because for every Cold War, every player that comes around to Cold War and says, oh, this is such a cool plane, what if I had an even shittier version of it? That'd be interesting. You're going to have 10 people on Hoggett screaming that you took away their fucking helmet-mounted display, or their ground-moving target radar mode. This is the problem. And it's not helped by the fact that Hoggett is brainwashing new players, brainwashing newcomers to DCS into buying the most capabilities-pilled plane they can possibly fucking get. I get it. Modules are expensive. You don't want to be spending, shit tons of money on 10 different planes just to do a couple missions. I get it. I really, really get it. But at the same time, maybe those planes are only $80 because you're expecting them to do so much shit. Maybe, just maybe, here's a radical thought for you guys, chat. Maybe, just maybe, instead of wanting a fucking $80 plane that does everything under the sun, with all, like, a gazillion MFD pages and targeting pods out the arse, maybe if you got, well, I don't know, a $30 or $40 plane, or maybe even a 2 or 3 pack of planes when they're on sale for less than you'd still buy a Hornet. Maybe if you do that, and you learn, and you actually read the real-life pilot's manual so you understand why the plane was designed the way it was and what it's capable of, not just Chuck's Guide. Chuck's Guide is great because he tells you what it does in-game, but it doesn't tell you the context of the plane, right? Combine that with Chuck's Guide so you know where there's differences in the real plane and how it's modeled in DCS, and learn your plane so that you can take that little basic bitch F5 that everyone on Hoggit will not stop screaming about made-up bugs that don't exist. Maybe you can take that little, and maybe like 2 that actually do, you can take that little F5 and you can bomb more accurately with it using tables, or even the TLAR sighting system of that looks about right. You can bomb more accurately than some dipshit that bought the Hornet but didn't actually learn to use it properly. Because that's the thing. You look at the really hardcore Cold War players in DCS, they are more effective in enormously less capable aircraft than like a person in a Hornet who didn't learn it properly and relies on Grim Reaper's tutorials or just fucking futzing their way around the cockpit to learn. In fact, maybe you'll draw more satisfaction from the fact that you learnt to do something difficult so proficiently without any fucking hand-holding from a computer. Just a thought, you know? Just a thought. You guys ever noticed I don't use Mavericks except where I absolutely have to? Like, I almost never carry Mavericks on the Viggen. I'm always carrying the ARAC rockets or the fucking high drag bombs. There's a reason for that. It's interesting how often people criticize the trainer aircraft as... Yeah, fuck me. You just nailed it. That's the exact problem, is people look at the trainers, they go, oh, that's boring. Why would anyone buy that? Fuck me, dude. I don't know. Why would anyone buy the basic trainer that every fighter pilot has to show they're proficient in before they're even allowed anywhere near a fighter? Like, if you can't fucking hack it on a trainer in the real Air Force, guess what? You ain't flying fighters. You're lucky if you put on fucking transports if you can't hack it in a trainer. And yet we have DCS players proudly proclaiming that they would never buy a trainer and they don't fly them. Like, if you can't do at least the most basic shit on the L-39 or the MB-339 or the C-101, like, you don't really have a right to complain when it comes to fighters. You know what I mean? Like, if you're out here complaining about, oh, my AMRAAM tracking's wrong, it should have hit this guy at fucking 40 miles, but instead it would only hit him at 38. Like, and yet you can't do a basic circuit in a trainer. In fact, you can barely land your plane without breaking it. Why are you talking about its weapon systems? You don't even understand how they work. Why are you talking about them? I mean, this is coming from me. This is coming from somebody that doesn't bother doing checklists in-game. I do fly the trainers, but only fairly rarely, and only mostly for a challenge so I can have more fun shooting people down in a shitbox. But, like, you know, I'm a cowboy when it comes to DCS PvP. I don't even fly fucking circuits. I just send it and land when I feel like it. But I'm able to do it without breaking my plane, because I established some kind of basic proficiency at it first. You know? There are certain systems in my aircraft I haven't learnt yet, either because they don't work properly or because I just don't need them. And I find myself scrambling to learn them when I actually do need them. And this is me. This is the kind of person who will read manuals for fun and will pick up new skills in the aircraft just because they're interesting. Your average Hoggit Hornet owner only knows how to use some of the weapons functions. They generally don't even know how to use the radar properly. Most of them don't know why the ASL page exists, let alone use it. Like, your average Hoggett player in the Hornet knows less about their aircraft than I know about the Hornet, which is fucking embarrassing with how little I fly it. I'm sure the same would happen if you put in Modern Red 4 stuff, by the way. This isn't exclusively a screed against blue players. It's a screed against Hoggett, and against just gamer brain in general. You know, for all the shit DCS players like to talk on War Thunder, most of them belong in a game like War Thunder. In fact, War Thunder players are usually better at dogfighting than DCS players are, because they have to learn to retain their energy. Wank sells. Sadly, it does. That's why Call of Duty still exists. Wank sells. Oh, you guys have been staring at a black screen for like the last half hour. Oopsies. Pro streamer. There we go. Sorry. I'll finish eating and we'll get in game. I've mentioned this before, but half the stuff people think is hard is not actually hard. Like, I've got friends who were really keen to get into PvP, and they were really eager to come PvP with me on Alpins or wherever, and they never ended up doing it because they got filtered by the lack of F10 own position marker. Like, because the F10 map wouldn't show them where their plane was, they were too scared to come in the server. I'm not saying that against them. Like, I get it, but they got so preoccupied with, oh, I can't see where I am on the F10 map, that it kind of, even after I taught them how to use it, it never kind of clicked with them that, hey, I know how to use the RSBN now, because I was just taught how to do it. It takes like 3 seconds to set up. I can set the RSBN to my home airbase. I know where the enemy is from reading the briefing. I can fly towards the front line and then just use the RSBN as a go-home beacon. And not get lost ever again. Or, you know, shooting radials off an RSBN. These are all basic skills. Like, these are basic navigational skills that you should have if you fucking... Like, even land nav in the army is more complicated than this. Much more complicated than this. But that's all you have to do. It's all you have to do. It's just be able to shoot a radial off an RSBN. That's like the most sophisticated navigation you will have to do in a Cold War server in DCS. It's difficult to do in combat, sure. But, you know, when you're just navigating to and from places, that's perfectly fine. That's all you need. Just RSBN radials. Done. Or, you know, TACAN radials, whatever. Depending on what plane you're flying. It really isn't difficult. It really isn't complicated. But people just won't do it. Because they've been told over and over again by the fucking brains trust over on Hoggett, oh, it's too hard, it's difficult, oh, it's super complicated. No, like, fuck Hoggett, man. Dead Reckoning is even easier. Dead Reckoning would be super easy if my fucking MiG-21 did it like it's supposed to. But yeah, VFR is, like, even with Caucasus being as outdated as it is, and, you know, obviously DCS doesn't really have the VFR fidelity of MizFiz, because DCS is still, I don't know exactly how the mapping technology works, but put it this way, in DCS you make distinct maps. There's obviously some sort of mapping tool, because you notice, like, rivers and coastlines and things are splines. Like, there's a predefined kind of river terrain, and there's a predefined coastal terrain that looks kind of like a seawall. It's not up to the level of MizFiz for VFR, but you can absolutely VFR around DCS maps. Absolutely VFR around DCS maps. And if you get yourself lost, like I have done in the past on stream, because I wasn't, like, I tried to do the low effort way and I fucked myself, you can just shoot a fucking radial off something. Like, it's not that difficult. The difficult part is keeping your head cool, which I'm obviously incapable of, and realizing, oh, I'm lost. Instead of trying to, like, make best guesses, why don't I just shoot a radial? That's it. That's it. Thought process, where am I? I don't know. I'm going to shoot a radial. Done. Now you know where you are. Was the mission hosted for Vig and Fun? Yeah. Yeah, I like that mission. Kind of short and sweet, but it was good. And I like the difficulty of hitting those targets. Like, especially in the Vigan, having basically minimal time to visually identify and line up on the target. That's really fun. All rise for the national anthem, please. I think for with that seal, you're gonna have to mostly do co-op or single player stuff to begin with. As soon as you invite PvP into it, it becomes min-maxing. But with that said, the AI is improving to the point where PvE is actually kind of fun. It still needs more improvement, I think, but it's getting there. And like I've been ranting since September, since I started taking my DCS break, as soon as the AI is good enough to be unpredictable and challenging like a human player, I'm probably never going to play PvP again, just because I don't want to deal with all the drama. I'm sick of the drama. And I say this as somebody who is inherently a complete drama queen, right? My entire family are drama queens. I'll take that one on the chin, I know it. But, both for my own good and for everyone else's, once it gets to that point, I'm done with PvP, I think. Be a lot healthier. This song is so fucking good. The video for this song is also very fucking good. Alright, I'm done eating. I'm gonna grab a cup of tea, and then I swear I'll stop stalling. We'll get in game. And yes, we need proper integrated air defense. Like, genuinely, that should be very high priority. I would say top priority, but I'm obviously very biased. And when I say proper, like, real IADs, I don't mean the Skynet script. I mean proper. I mean Synerge data link. I mean multiple sites working in conjunction with each other. I mean correct tracking logic for the missiles. All the fun stuff. Thought about offering your services to ED as a consultant. I am not as knowledgeable as people think I am, honestly. There are people who know more about this than me. Cotty, for example, knows a lot more than me about any individual SAM unit. And also, broadly, how the system works. Look, I find the people that know stuff, and I kind of put them in the same room. That's about as good as I get. I'm also terrible with commitments, so I'm probably the last person they would want, unfortunately. Yeah, right. Criticism means you care. Exactly. Like, I get mad about things because I know they can be better. Like, if I don't see potential in something, I'll get mad about it once. If I get mad about something constantly, it means I see that it can be something great. It's just not quite there yet, and I feel like they need a bit of a kick up the arse to do it. But yeah, like, it's... Trust me, I get that. The issue is just that I, as a person, cannot commit to things. So, I wouldn't make a very good person for that role. I think that I could probably find them maybe people who would do it, but I'm not the ideal person for it, if that makes any sense. You kind of did RTR, but I think you can guess what my thoughts on the J8 are. I think you might be able to guess. Are you looking forward to any of the Microprose games coming out in the future? Yeah, a lot of them. They look really good. I'm a little reserved about new Microprose being the Lord God King Savior of Sims because A, it's not the same people and company, and B, they have picked up a few questionable choices among their stable of games, but they've also picked up some real winners. So, hey, if they're enabling people to make great games, I'm all for it. C-Power looks like it's going to be really good. I'm pretty keen on that one. There's a bunch of other ones that are either already out or upcoming soon that I do want to pick up. I just haven't got round to yet. That Destroyer one looks pretty neat. Yeah, pretty much Seal. It's not the same people. They just kind of... It's a new company wearing the old company's face as a mask, pretty much. But like I said, they made some really good choices in games to push, but they've also got in bed with, you know, Blue Drake's shooter project, which is just a never-ending clown show, so it is what it is. I think, actually, they've got in with a bunch of projects that he's kind of hyped in the past, so I feel like they were kind of doing that because of the name recognition. The name is still a thing. Mike Tango Charlie, the name is still a thing. It's completely different people, different company. They bought it out. Bought it out and revived it, pretty much. They're basically trading on name recognition. Oh, you didn't know about Harsh Doorstop, Seal? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, I'm gonna get my tea. Can somebody please give Seal the deep lore on Operation Harsh Doorstop? Maybe link him to the video of Wagner fighting the fucking Deutsche Afrika Korps in, I guess it's German to be corpse, maybe, in a snowy map, while the fucking Afrika Korps are running around in shorts, mind you. essentially the idea behind Harsh Doorstop is they want to make a like free-to-play alternative to stuff like Squad or Postscriptum or you know, like whatever. It's basically just a, you know, tactical shooter in the vein of Squad, but it's meant to be free for all the people that can't afford or can't run Squad. But it's like super community based, so like you can make whatever and add it to the game. And what that's actually turned into is basically just content milling. There's like a lot of pretty low quality content and not a lot of anything else. It's been a bit of a meme, to be honest. I used to try and avoid like directly being critical of other, I hate this term, content creators. But ever since I said Growling Sidewinder might not be a very good source of information on historical warfare, and caused people to get very mardy at me, I've just given up. I don't care anymore. Blue Drake's entire thing is that he finds something that is really cool and impressive sounding to normies, and basically soy points at it for like an entire video. Like, if you go through his videos for the last how many years, he'll find a tech demo or like some sort of simulation platform, not like an actual coherent world, but a platform, and he'll make a big deal of it being the future of sim gaming. And it almost never eventuates into the future of sim gaming because it's like it either was vaporware in the first place, or it was a concept, or it actually exists, but it's a platform and nobody's making anything for it. Or it has, you know, limitations that kind of stop it from living up to what he thinks it's going to be. So yeah, like a bunch of things that he's done that with before are now under Microprose, under their wing, so... New Microprose is like half good projects and half ridiculous money sinks that will never go anywhere. It's content baiting, they all do that. Yeah, but I feel like to a larger extent, that's basically what he's built everything off of. That's pretty much it. Bound 46. I think I did, but not the jets. Like, I haven't done that yet. I haven't had time, Cotty. I've been so fucking run off my feet lately. The times I'm not panicking over shit that I should have had done a week earlier, I'm just zoned out, either like watching streams or playing Misfits to de-stress from being running around off my feet. Seen the 35 stuff read. Yes, I'm really excited for that. Some of it's a little rough around the edges, but those guys really care. Like, they've shown a lot of commitment to trying to fill out this world, and I love that. I really love that a dev has had the same neuron activation as me and gone, Misfits is cool. Being able to fly anywhere in the world is incredible, but wouldn't it be even better if we could fly anywhere in the world in 1935 or 1976 or like whenever? That is just... I used to think Misfits as it is now was an impossible dream. The idea of a world-scale flight sim that uses actual like mapping data. I thought that was an impossible dream. It turns out it's a reality. I thought that actual dynamic turbulence forming off of the terrain was an impossible dream. It's now a reality. That's my next big impossible dream, is being able to have a time slider so I can fly out of Tempelhof in 1970-something and, you know, go to, you know, maybe the CSSR on a diplomatic trip or something. I enjoy GS one-on-one engagements. I enjoyed some of his older ones, like when his channel first started out, he had some actually quite good stuff. But these days, in my opinion, it leans more into essentially clickbaiting. Like he's doing the same fights over and over, just swaps around the names of the countries involved for political spice and, you know, to drive engagement in the comments, which I don't fault him for. It's a good way to make money. I totally get that. I don't want people to think I'm shitting on him just because I am, you know, jealous or whatever. I think that works well for him. It's something that he can do quite competently. It's something that I couldn't do even if I wanted to. So that's whatever. The problem is when people think that he's someone you go to get accurate information, because he generally isn't. Particularly like with his stuff with anything involving the MiG-21 that Growling Sidewinder does, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And he also doesn't know how to fly it. I'm just going to say that right now. since their scenery's from the marketplace, just curious how you go back to modern scenery. You can just uninstall from Content Manager, I think, and it should work. Because I've got some marketplace scenery that I have uninstalled at the moment because it conflicts with other stuff. He actually had a video really early, like when he was still relatively big on the YouTube scene, but like not big. The normies hadn't found him yet. But he had a video where he was in the MiG-29 and he was fighting an F-16, I think. And he did a really creative maneuver. Like, genuinely, this is one of those flashes of brilliance he had, which I wish he still did. He put it into an incipient spin to sweep the nose horizontally across the other guy's turn circle and off-bore an R-73 at him. It was beautiful. Like, it was the kind of shot that you really hope you have Shadowplay running for it. It was absolutely beautiful. Stuff like that is what I really liked seeing him do, and less of the would this country's plane beat up this country's plane. I'm not interested in that. But when he showed like actual creativity and initiative, that was really cool. And I wish that he still did it more, to be honest. Looking forward to Depression-era US airports. I think there's some freeware ones too. I'm pretty sure there's a freeware scenery for Akron. I don't know. From like 1920 something or 1930 something with a big fucking airship hangar. I'm not expecting much from Harsh Doorstop. No one should be. Like, no one should be. It's... the whole project's a mess. Because this is the thing, when you get a big streamer or a big YouTuber or whoever, like someone with no experience in game design, and their claim to fame is just they have a large following. Basically, I hate using modern fucking corporate fucking social media terms, but an influencer. If you take an influencer and you get them to come up with like a game project or something, it's going to be a dumpster fire because they don't know what they're doing. They have no concept of game design. Like, they know how to hype something, but that's about all they know how to do. Like, this is the thing. It's just... I will not rant about C-level execs. I will not rant about C-level execs. But basically, they're like C-level execs. They have no fucking clue what they're doing, and they've been elevated to a position well beyond their competence, and they have no reason to be there. Oops. I think we might just leave the music going while we're playing Anti-Stasi today. And I need my air conditioner back on because it's starting to get warm again. God knows what my power bill's going to be. I don't want to know. What's your real world background when it comes to flight? Not much. I have about 50 hours, 25 in a Jabiru J170D, 25-ish, I don't remember the exact number. But yeah, about 25 in a, hello, you guys should see me now. 25-ish in a J170D and 25-ish in a Bristol, a BRM Aero Bristol. And out of that 50-ish hours, probably about 15 of them are solo. I ended up kind of cutting short my flying in real life because I both ran out of spare money and ran out of spare time, and I haven't been able to get back into it since. But hopefully one day, when my life is slightly less hectic and the world isn't on fire, I'll be able to get back into it proper. Okay, so we are still on the same save, which is good news. I'm going to pile in the vehicle, and I'm going to unmute myself in TeamSpeak. think the Akron Airport freeware is present day. I thought there was a I thought there was a period one too. I was sure I saw a period one. There might be 2 of them, so just keep an eye out.
Sound resumed.
Just realized the Russians now have AS valves and shit.
Nice.
Dank. Also high body cams on.
Alright.
Hello. Welcome back.
Draw a quick line.
I already have a line for you to the west.
Yeah.
That line is fucking
Cache deficiency is usually the thing that gets you.
Astral, I don't know what the fuck your asshole is farting, but please don't.
It's unfortunate, but it's also one of the reasons why aviation is one of the last old boys clubs, is because it's so expensive to get into.
Turn right.
Oh, you fucking fantastic, beautiful Swedish GPS, man.
Turn
Oh,
right.
is this the right? That's
Imagine not claiming you're a real L-39 fighter pilot. Hmm.
I stopped talking for 5 seconds. I'm like, alright, bro, pure black line. Oops.
What were we attacking? Oh wait, are we attacking this?
We are
tower?
attacking the enemy.
The enemy.
The enemy.
Dushman. Ross, why are you also wearing that disgusting Mitchell camo?
The fuck is wrong with you?
Mitchell camo is fucking glow in the dark green.
Yeah,
Okay,
I wish
Grim.
The miner had a fucking armor on it.
ERDL supremacy.
You shut up.
Shut up.
ERD's
I gotta
nuts.
love that you're not allowed to retexture these helmets because it's made by Schizo.
What helmets? The one I'm wearing?
Yeah. It has
Bruh.
a like huge text on the texture that says "Do not touch my textures."
What a cunt.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Your chopper?
Yeah, this is roughly where we want to dismount.
Alright, sound good.
Remember, no radios.
Oh, snap.
Oh, we're still getting the freeze on dismount. Happy days.
Yeah, but that gun though, Ross. Mwah.
I know.
If only we had like that one helmet that's like almost like the Russian equivalent, like the Pasket helmet.
Ugh.
Oh, you mean the diaper helmet?
I don't know, but it looks
6B27, I think.
There it is. Heavy machine gun, I think.
Where?
Yeah, heavy machine gun turret.
Where? I'm not seeing.
Northeast, the tower at 048. I'm ready.
Oh, I see it.
Y'all ready?
Not yet. Kind of. We're gonna get zipped.
Opening fire.
Oh, it's still up.
What?
Is that a fucking Bren gun? Oh my god, it is. It's an L4. Based. Is there another one somewhere? Oh. I'm taking shots from the north as well. Oh shit, Grim's down. Chance it. There they are. Shit. I think that means that Grim or whoever was in command just died. Which is not ideal. Fuck. Struggling to see them. They're clearly not struggling to see me. There's one like over there somewhere, but I can't see him through the grass. Oh. I just ran down there. Trees are not cover, but they're better than nothing. I really, like, you guys have no idea how much I wish I could peer over my sights in armor without going out of my iron sights. Like, just scroll up, scroll down to peek over the sights. Because in real life, that's what you do. When you're not actively engaging a target, you're looking over the sights, not through them. And I'm down, because I can't see anything. Is a TikTok video why people think it's going to be a MiG-29G? Yeah. Again, full disclosure, I haven't actually seen the video. I was just told that it was in Luftwaffe livery and people got the impression it was a 29G. So all my ranting earlier about Western avionics, if it turns out it's actually a 29, then good. Just consider that my preemptive rant, just in case. If it's a 912, I'm happy. Fuck, if it's a 913, I'm really happy. 912 is probably better for export, I guess. But a 913, oh, I wouldn't be able to say no. I could do some Damgarten roleplay. No one was going to notice the videos if it was external, though, Seal, because it, like, the FC329 looks good enough that it's hard to tell it apart. Or at least I didn't notice. I just assumed that any MiG-29 that was seen in a video was the FC329. I don't know if they even are going to be able to get to me. I think we're all down. So, Chiz was just being Chiz then, when he posted on the forums about it. I wondered if that might be the case.
You'll be alright.
Oh, we're talking about house ownership. Oh boy. My rent's gone up, guys. My rent goes up in April. End of April. So I have to decide whether I want to commit to another year or so of paying rent here, and instead of $280 a week, it's going to be $360 a week. It went up by $50 last time, and now it's going up by $80. So I might, like, When did he post? It was ages ago. It was after the bad no-no happened. He made a post in reply to somebody talking about the MiG-29. It was on the Russian forums. About 29 being on hold or 29 not being feasible or something, but it got deleted, so I wondered if maybe he'd got a bit carried away and assumed that because of current events it would be off the menu.
He just took one solid hit to his head. CPR now.
For all the consternation he causes amongst red players, I think that he probably thinks in a similar way to me. Like, if something wasn't in common service, he says it didn't exist. Yeah. And if he hears the slightest whiff of bad news, he'll immediately say, "Oh my god, the world's falling."
We just CPR now.
Okay.
Well, we completed the mission, found incriminating data on the traitor. I didn't even see the traitor. I saw, like, one enemy infantryman.
Oh, 'cause I'm not a medic.
There's a great series in Atlanta's paper about how their single-family housing market's being taken over by Wall Street-backed landlords. They buy houses or whole subdivisions with cash and waive inspections. That sounds about right. Yep. Yep, that sounds about right. Tell you what.
For the rent.
Cheers, Cube. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for the resub.
The fuck?
They better hope that this isn't sustainable, right? No one with a brain thinks this is sustainable, but they had better hope that the patience of everyone having to deal with these rent hikes doesn't run out before their natural lifespan runs out. Because this is like... There are a few lines that you really should not cross if you want to keep your head attached to your shoulders, and this is one of them. That's not a threat. Twitch, please don't ban me. It's an observation that historically speaking, when you go after people's basic ability to fucking live, that's when the guillotine comes out. You can make their lives uncomfortable, but as soon as you make their lives impossible, that's when the chopper comes out.
Guys reading me on 4-0?
Yeah, received.
Alright, yep, radio towers taken. It's ours.
Good shit.
Alex, these guys have really fancy AK-74s for you.
Also level
This
6
is very
body
nice.
armor.
The really infuriating thing is, if I had realized that my parents were willing to chuck what money they have left into bankrolling me buying this place, I would have bought it. But because I operated on the assumption my parents don't have enough money and they won't, like, they need that to survive themselves, and I certainly can't afford it, I just didn't even put in an offer. If I'd realized it was going to go for 200 and something thousand, like 220 something thousand I think it was, and I'd realized that they would have backed me up in it, I would have bought it. Because I don't plan on living here my whole life, but shit, it's something. Like, not having to pay rent to somebody would be something. But it is what it is, it's too late now. And if shit really goes south, I can just move back out to the farm. The problem is the internet there's dog shit. So if I have to, like, if whatever emergency happens and I have to relocate to the farm, I might be going dark on streams for a while because I literally wouldn't be able to out there. The internet's crap. But hopefully that situation will improve. And once it does, I'll probably just move there. Starlink's pretty expensive. It's an option, but it's pretty expensive. Got to get on the real estate treadmill. Yeah, the whole system is rigged to force you to get on the treadmill. And in this country, it's even worse because Australia is probably more so than even the US. It's one of these countries where it's a native assumption that owning real estate and making money off rent is a basic right. And if you don't get to the level where you can achieve that yourself, it's because of some personal failing. Like, Australia is really fucked up when it comes to the idea of property ownership. Really fucked up. And it's had 30, 40 years worth of the government reinforcing that through shit like negative gearing. Like, it's just fucked. It's state-sanctioned grift, is what it is. You know, people make jokes about Australia being a country founded by fucking convicts, and most of them it's like, haha, very funny, whatever. But when you look at a lot of the fucking legally enforced economic conditions in this country, they're not wrong. They're not wrong. The convicts just learned how to make what they're doing legal. That's the difference. Here's the article if you want to be triggered later. Check that out. Cheers, man.
There was some stragglers in the town, which I don't think have been dealt with, but...
Which end of the town?
East.
Gotcha.
Mortgages are always more reasonable than just rent, except fucking unreachable. Yeah, that's the thing. They trap you. Like, you can't get a fucking mortgage if you can't buy a fucking house, and you can't buy a fucking house if you either don't have A, a massive cash reserve, or B, a good credit rating. And if you live in poverty, you're not going to have a good credit rating. I don't even think I have that good of a credit rating. I mean, there's all the times I had to fucking pay my power bills late, failed to pay them on time, because I literally couldn't afford them. And then there's all the, like, I don't have a credit card, right? I have a debit card. So I never spend more than I have. So I probably have a shit credit rating because I don't overextend myself on credit. Like, the system is rigged to encourage you to spend money you do not have, so you can then access other money you do not have to buy a house. It's just so phenomenally fucked. Like, the level of fucking reptile you have to be, and I'm aware that that word has certain connotations in certain circles, as somebody who would be called that by those circles. Trust me, I'm not using it that way. But, like, in terms of, like, sociopathy, not being a well-adjusted human being, not caring about other human beings, how much of a fucking reptile do you have to be to think that that is a good system to reinforce, and that's acceptable? It's just fucking heinous.
Not that.
Oh, I hear that.
And you can't even, like, obviously, like, big, you know, big companies coming in and taking over fucking rental properties, that's just unequivocally evil, but, like...
I have it loaded.
Put it this way, when I was living in Newcastle, I had a landlord who got really self-conscious if I called him a landlord. And he would do things like waive my rent if I wasn't home. When I went to stay with my family over Christmas, he told me, don't bother paying your rent because you're not in the flat, don't worry about it. Not as in, pay it when you get back, as in, don't pay it. So it's not like they're all this species of evil, like, land holding... No, like, he was basically shoehorned into the system too, because that is how fucked up this country is that if you want to, like, have any hope of a decent life, you have to get on that treadmill yourself. Like, my parents used to rent out our old places after we moved out of them. Like, if you want to not be fucking poor for your entire fucking life, you have to get on the fucking treadmill yourself. It's fucked. Like, it's just fucked.
Brent, do you see him from up there?
And you pretty much can guarantee that's part of the intent, right? Is take all the smaller landlords that, you know, they're renting out the house they used to live in, and have them kind of lumped in with this, tarred with the same brush as the evil big corporate ones. It's just class warfare, but ascended.
You thought to destroy.
You have to stop here, and I don't mean physically.
Have a single 84, I will go and kill.
You should ask Piotr for the M107.
What do you think I have on my optic? Do you see what's on my optic?
How did you fucking climb up here?
Vehicle audio southeast of the
I have actually descended into the worst, shittiest bottom-feeding tier of sniper. One that can't even bother to
spam 345th emotes in chat, guys. Monkey emotes. Spam those emotes in chat. We gotta tell him what we think of this bullshit.
I hope you're proud of me, Dad. Kim? You are not doing so hot, are you?
I'm gonna blow up the house.
No, you're not.
That's a crouch and peer over the edge.
You hit it? Oh my god. Yikes, Alex.
Right over there. Or something. Oh!
I'm taking contact with the troop line to the southeast.
South.
Hey guys, this is just like you.
If y'all want me to kill the tank, y'all are gonna come here and fucking come.
I'm gonna have to move.
I think we should wait for it to show up.
I'd play spotter for you if you had a more respectable setup.
I don't want to fight a shotgun in the woods.
I killed 2 of them, I think.
Tin Roof's gonna be loud. Oh, fucking earth it is. Might take a while to get there. We might not even see it ourselves, but when it happens... Oh.
Good shit.
There's another. I think I got the MTLB with a SEDU.
Allah Akbar.
There's still a tank out there. There's still one killbot above us.
I just had a fucking Dahir in-shot quadcopter Amazon Prime a fucking bomb onto my head.
It's kind of like the last one.
Ow!
Killed 2 and a third got us.
I'm up.
I just shot one and then
Fucking ow.
What got you across the drone?
Express fucking same day delivery.
Well, seems like there were 3 then. I'm gonna do the unwise thing and push east.
That's grim. Oh shit. These guys tank so many hits because of their fucking plates. I think whatever armor that is just bypassed me. Oh, that sounds like a tank gun. Frames are a little low. Oh well. Playable, just low. Oh, I don't think that's one of ours. Pretty sure that's not one of ours. We're fighting the Russians at this point, I think. Not the Cherno Russians who have shittier gear, we're fighting the Russians with actual good shit. And we'll see if any fucking propagandists from either side are willing to try my temper today after my little fucking rant just then. Because we've had them from both fucking sides in this chat, and I don't want any more of them. There's at least one still back in there. That's grim. I think. That's one of our guys. North, 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 north. Not that I can see him. By Azrael's body. There's another northeast in the low ground. Not in the best position here. Forgive me, Azrael, for what I'm about to do. Grenade out, northeast. Oh, my bad, I didn't realize you were over here too. I was getting shot at from literally right next to you. Oh, fuck me! Fuck, where even are we? Fuck. Here we are. Wait. Here we are. Grenade west.
I'm gonna operate the man pad.
You do that, I'll take a medis out and see if we can use it as well.
Fuck. Okay, interesting. Guess someone got him. Swap that for 26, because the 26 is more powerful. And I will take his grenade.
Brian, are you on this net?
Hello.
Did we kill that tank yet?
There was a T-55 here that we've knocked out. I don't know if that was the only tank.
I see.
If somebody wants to come and pick up this Metis, that would be pretty epic, I think, seeing as there's a counterattack incoming.
I already have a menace with 2 rounds.
Oof, fucking Azrael.
Alrighty.
Scared the shit out of me.
I'm en route back to the outpost thingy.
Incredible Russian technology. Levitating bandages.
I'm gonna bring some IEDs over.
RGNs are worth having, although I've got to be careful not to throw it when I want delay, because RGNs are impact fused, which is a lesson you only need to learn once.
Here, what comes? The helicopters down northwest. Copy. We've got the Igla out northwest.
Return to the base, boys. We need to hold it at all costs.
I'll see if I can't fix that T-55.
Most only need to, yeah, true. Very true.
I think that might be Civi, though.
Civis have helicopters in this?
Helicopter
Huh.
Copy. Still gonna track it.
We're getting that pop-in issue again with the trees. I might shrink the fucking draw distance even further.
Civilian MIA.
I should not have to do this,
Yep,
but...
civilian. Yeah. Tank down.
I'm gonna see if I can get over to Ben ASAP.
Why?
Because he's doing an ammo convoy all by himself.
Nice.
Oops. 3.
Based at Stickiest say.
Yeah, Civi MIA. It's really annoying of them to fly over a conflict zone.
Put a single shot on it then.
Oh, there's only tracks out on this T-55.
Yo.
Yes, you can. We can grab it with the Ural and garage it here. I will do that now.
Fuck you, Jack. Jack, the sole holder of the turbo mistake roll in the Discord. Good to see you, man.
Where is the Ural?
Cotty, good luck pushing that movie without a massive fucking political backlash against it. The Americans will never tolerate a movie like that. They wouldn't have tolerated it even before what's currently happening, and now with what's currently happening, they would fucking lose their shit.
Going for the man pad. There's 2 of them.
As it is, the enemy and master and commander had to be turned from the Americans to the French because they figured the American audience wouldn't like the portrayal of them as bad guys.
Copy.
Which is understandable, nobody likes being the bad guy, but, you know. Something self-awareness. We the baddies.
What bearing is it?
The ultimate level of fucking enlightenment is realizing that no matter what nationality you are, yeah, you are the baddies. Like, everyone has been the baddies at some point in history, and many still are.
No.
unfortunately, that's just the way humans do be. And if they spent less time obsessing over making sure they're the good guy, maybe they wouldn't end up being the bad guy so often.
I lost my lock on the tree. Okay, I'm just gonna shoot it down.
These guys are getting good with their RPG shots.
Yeah, the arm point is not going 035.
It's dropped infantry. Me-8 blowing up to the west, dropped a full squad, plus pilots.
Bro, I can't get a fucking lock on this thing. It's gonna come up in the clearing now, Alec. I think you can do it. No, I don't have eyes.
Ow!
Stoppage. Depends, Jack. There were a couple guys that that had epiphanies while they were there. Same as Korea. They were a minority, like very, very few US personnel who were captured ended up switching over, but it did happen in both wars. And as you might imagine, they were not very welcome if/when they got back home. Generally tried to stay pretty low profile.
How am I alive?
I can ask myself that too. What the fuck?
T-55 is mobile.
Are you manning it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Grim, get on the thing, it's coming back.
The other thing is how likely you are to do the switcheroo if you're a POW depends heavily on overall force morale. If you're fighting for a cause you already don't believe in, and things are going badly for you, you're more likely to want to switch sides. Whereas if your side's doing pretty well and or you just wholeheartedly believe you're right, then yeah, you're not going to be that way inclined. Or you'll do it just as a practical concern and get yourself out of the stick, and then you'll pull the old haha I was only pretending as soon as you're actually free.
This was where I was gonna place it, Alec. Yeah, I know. I didn't think we had time to move it. Turns out we did not.
Oh, I know you do, but I don't know if you're going to be ready for how controversial
Grim,
that would
is it gonna
be.
hit the fucking dome? No, it's not.
And with, again, with the... Oh shit, there's a whole ass fucking radar station up there. With the current goings-on in Eastern Europe, and how that's galvanized a lot of interesting attitude, shall we say, which is understandable, but still. Even stuff that normally wouldn't be that controversial is now, like, beyond... You couldn't touch it. Not with a 10-foot stick. Like, when you see supposed anti-war liberals saying, if our guys do it, it's not genocide, and unironically proposing that that happens, then you have a problem. And that is a take I've seen in the media, like, commonly. It's not okay when they do it, and it's not okay when we do it. You know, imagine not having double standards. What a shock. Yeah, there's a lot of, this isn't happening, but if it was, it would actually be a good thing.
It's a fucking BMP3.
You know, like the classic such and such historical genocide wasn't a genocide, but if it was, then they didn't kill enough of them. That, which gets repeated still, particularly by certain countries in the in Asia Minor, about certain other countries in the Caucasus. You know.
Getting overpressure me then. Getting cover. Don't fucking. Don't shoot it, you fucking retards.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, do you crew it? Yeah.
Alright, the turret on it should be out. I hit it right in the fucking face.
I'm gonna help you pull crew out. Another vehicle east.
Is it east?
Yeah.
God bless 345th.
Northeast.
It was Cotty.
Oh, they dismounted. Where are they? They dismounted.
Ross is down.
Get Ross up. BMP is now ours. This thing looks shitty.
Yeah, Scotty, like, that's the thing though, like, a lot of the time... See, this is also a present concern for me, is every time fucking Israel does something spicy, I start worrying, because anything they fucking do is gonna blow back on me. Doesn't matter how far fucking away from the Middle East I am, anything they do blows back on me, just because of who my fucking great ancestors are. Like,
Did you disappear?
you can have a local population of whatever ethnic group who may not have even wanted whatever their supposed countrymen did, and they'll still get fucked over for it.
I can teleport you back. No, I'm fixing it. Are you in it? I'm fixing it, don't worry.
Don't ask checks what they did in 45. Yeah, in my experience, the spicy shit that happened right at the end of or after World War II in Eastern and Central Europe, they're actually proud of that. Not just Czechs, but like everyone. They're quite happy to say who they put down mines and threw in grenades after. Like, they're not fucking shy about it. Do you get grief because you're Jewish? Yeah. Yeah, like anything Israel does, it blows back on the diaspora. It's like what Russia is doing now blows back on Russians no matter where they live. Whether they support the Russian government or not, right? Same thing. If you're identifiably like an outsider to wherever you live, and especially if you're identifiably connected to whoever's doing the bad no-no, you are the same as them, as far as anyone's concerned. And so you automatically qualify for deserving whatever they deserve, according to everyone else. Which then, and this is the problem I knew was going to happen with Russians, which then just justifies what their government's telling them. Like, the whole thing where Putin has been riling up Russians for how long now with the West hates you, the West thinks you're subhuman, the West this, the West that. There's been an element of truth to that for the longest time, right? But it wasn't to the point where, like, it was genuinely true. There was a kernel of truth to it, but it wasn't actually genuinely true. But now, if I'm, say, a Russian expat living in the West, and I'm critical even of the Russian government, and I see how the West is acting like all things Russian are evil garbage, and suddenly any way we can insult Russia and Russians is good, instead of just directly attacking the Russian government and its supporters, what's that gonna do? I have friends who have spent, like, most of their lives, who live outside Russia, who have spent most of their lives railing against the Russian government and against United Russia as a whole, against Russian politics, like the ideology, everything, and now suddenly they're starting to sympathize with it, because it's turned into an us versus them, right? And so they figure, well, fuck, no one in the West likes me, I guess I'm gonna have to, I'm stuck with my own shitty fucking, you know, Russian government that I tried to get away from. That's the problem with this kind of attitude, is it drives people back to whatever they were trying to get away from, and whatever you don't want them to do. But the average human being doesn't have the fucking intellectual capability to even think about that, let alone put it into action.
I almost hit you with the BMP.
Yes. Periscope.
When you ride in the back, you get a third-person perspective. Like, I'm like sitting on top of your right hand. Interesting. Yeah.
Huh, I'm not getting that.
Oh, Ross is in there too. Oh no!
Oh, you mean sitting on the exterior? Yeah. Sitting internally, I don't.
No, I selected ride in back.
Oh, what? Oh yeah, I see you, you're right there.
Like a front, or are like a middle of the top of the turret. Like Grim's turned out
Weird.
in a, like on top of his right hand, which is like placed on top of the turret.
I'm kind of bummed that the periscopes don't work.
This thing has a left and a right whole gun.
Do you feel like an outsider? Yeah. So when this is back in Canada, mind you, but when
This is a really advanced
Grandpa's obituary was published,
It is.
suddenly, like, people who had known my uncle, like this happened to my youngest uncle, people who had known him for like his entire life and hadn't realized that, or had forgotten that, you know, we were Jewish, suddenly thought it would be very funny to start telling concentration camp jokes around him and shit like that. Like, as soon as they remembered, that was it. You're absolutely made to feel like a fucking outsider.
This isn't a Chinese clone.
And if it's not by people being fuckwits and discriminating against you, it's by fucking the great white savior that comes in and decides what arbitrates what isn't offensive. Like, I have been called a self-hating Jew by some random fucking American boomer because he saw me use a fucking Pepe emote because, you know, I'm a Twitch person. I forget that normies think that that's a hate symbol, right? And he called me a self-hating Jewish Nazi. Even after I explained to him the whole context of it, like, in great detail, explained the context of it, explained why the fucking rightoids tried to co-opt it, to turn people against each other, exactly like what he was doing. Nope, he was having none of it. I'm self-hating now. Or like, I've been told what I am and am not supposed to find offensive. As somebody whose family was directly affected by the Holocaust, I'm told what I am and am not supposed to find offensive about portrayals of the Holocaust in art. By somebody who, you know, like... It's the same shit as middle-class white kids trying to tell someone from, like, I don't know, whatever random country from the developing world what isn't fucking offensive to them. It's just the fucking savior mindset. They don't actually care about protecting people or helping represent people and amplify their voice. They just want to be a big hero and virtue signal to everyone. Being told who you are by people who aren't you is beyond frustrating. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely.
They wouldn't shoot a sand BMP, right? Right?
You can make that bet if you really want to.
I don't think I want to, though.
Sudeten Germans, yeah, a lot of them did actually support the Nazis, but still.
You've heard. You wanna know how big that truck is that I posted?
Pretty fucking big? How many 100 tons?
Meters up to the cabin,
Fucking hell.
and it's 12 meters tall.
Jesus.
It weighs 250 tons unloaded.
God damn, dude.
Loads 350 tons. I am a big trucker boy.
The thing is, though, like, and I'm usually the first person to, huh?
There's a checkpoint that's been dealt with.
I'm usually the first person to fly, because I have a short temper, right? I'm usually the first person to fly off the handle and be calling for fucking hell and brimfire against people for the fucking transgressions of their fathers, but at the end of the day, everyone wants to have, like, the, oh, fuck 'em, they supported the bad guy anyway, they can get fucked. They want to have that attitude until it applies to them. Like, if you turn that around on, like, look at all the bad shit that Western countries have done over the past 100 years, what if somebody turns that on us? What if the US does lose its primacy in the world, and China becomes the dominant world hegemon? We're gonna have to answer for a lot of shit. And at least some of it will actually be real. Even if a lot of it probably isn't. People aren't going to enjoy being on the receiving end of what they've been giving everyone else. Like, that's the thing. Everyone wants to have that kind of fuck 'em all, burn the lot attitude until it comes back to them. And that you just gotta hope that you're not around when it does, right?
Coming up on the ammo convoy.
Roger.
It's sand colored.
Funny as fuck that Israel's more condemned in the UN than North Korea. Yeah, but the US blocks any actual recourse. Like, that's the thing. It's a toxic relationship. People say, oh, the tail wags the dog, Israel controls the US. Not really. Like, the US only protects Israel because the US has something in it for them. Like, it's not like there's some scheming entity, like, that's exactly what fucking anti-Semites try and tell you, but it's not like Israel has some magical fucking puppet strings over the US. The US is doing it because the US gets something out of it, right? It's a toxic relationship. They feed off each other. Just like the fucking Americans and the Saudis, they feed off each other.
Hello?
Yeah, sure.
Dismount.
Why can't we just name the snuggle bus with you?
Guess I get a point.
Well, we're counting.
I like how you say about being in the snuggle box as you press me into the side of the vehicle and I can't get away.
Fucking outpost.
Countries don't have friends, countries have interests. Exactly.
Godspeed.
Countries whose sole reason for existence, send it, is to just concentrate as many resources and as much labor power under the smallest number of, like, the smallest number of people controlling it as possible. That's the reason that a modern nation state exists. It's just a centralization of power and wealth. That's it. Like, nations as we know them today are a fairly recent invention.
Some hits on him. I heard an explosion. Someone fired a glare at it.
Yeah, no, I get that too. Like, I totally understand that. If you get me in the right mood, I am totally that mindset too. But at the end of the day, you kind of need to think, well, this is going to come back to us one of these days, and what's going to happen when it does? Now, people who were directly involved, like, people who directly did the bad no-no, fuck them, they don't get any amnesty as far as I'm concerned. But people who were just along for the ride and stupid enough to fucking support it, most of them didn't directly, intentionally do the bad no-no, or that it was detached enough from them that it didn't feel real to them. Like, the average person who supports fucking Trump is not baying for, well, some of them are, but, like, the majority probably aren't baying for fucking blood of minorities and shit. They have some fucking sketchy as fuck opinions, but they're not out trying to genocide people themselves. They enable it. But, you know what I mean? Like, they aren't the ones directly doing it. There's at least a level of disconnection there. Maybe there's something salvageable. Whereas the people who are directly doing it, there's nothing to fucking salvage there. They should all be just dealt with. The problem is, the people who do it are usually, pretty good at doing nasty things, and there's always a market for that. So they get paperclipped, or they get recruited to the CIA, or the KGB, or they become international arms traders. Have you read Ordinary Men? I don't think I've read that one, but I've got a book. It's called Reluctant Accomplice. It's I believe he was a pastor, a German pastor, who enlisted and ended up in a Feldgendarmerie unit, and he was specifically tasked with guarding prisoner of war camps on the Eastern Front, and like some of the shit that his unit saw and did was just beyond fucked. And he was the whole time trying to... It was written by his son, I think, compiled from his father's memoirs. The whole time he was trying to fucking square this up against his religious beliefs and shit, and it's pretty heavy stuff. Like, even when he wasn't directly involved in things like executions himself or whatever, just because he was inextricably tied to it, the amount of shit he saw, or the amount of shit which he enabled and then realized afterwards, like, fuck, this happened because of me, it's pretty, you know, full on.
DMZ turnaround.
Anyone's capable of doing it, though, which is what people don't want to... Like, this is why we turn Nazis into big evil monsters, because we could never be like them. You know, no, we wouldn't do that. We're good moral people. We do good moral things, except they thought that about themselves, too. Everyone thinks that about themselves.
Yeah, it does that sometimes.
And in fact, this is something I didn't know until very recently, because they don't teach you this. They don't teach you this because it would probably undermine the narrative that Nazis are this otherized monster. Two of the most pivotal anti-Nazis in Germany, besides the actual, like, the White Rose and stuff like that, the military resistance to Nazism was, they were all militarists. They were pissed off at the Nazis for losing the war. But the actual resistance against the Nazis, two of the main figures, one of Hermann Göring's brothers, who did everything in his power to save people and hide them away. Like he did something similar to Oscar Schindler, where he would start up bullshit work schemes in factories just to get people out of the camps and then squirrel them away. So one of the Goering brothers, who died in obscurity with virtually no recognition of what he did during the war, because his whole family name was cursed. And then fucking Reinhard Heydrich, his brother as well. His brother was also in the SD, sorry, from memory. But when Heydrich got assassinated, his brother ended up having to go through all his paperwork, sort through all his paperwork. And I guess what he saw in there, because he would have had the full documentation of, because they just agreed on the final solution by that point, he would have had the documentation of all the actions of the Einsatzgruppe in the East. He would have had everything on paper. Apparently that was enough to just set off something in his head, and he decided that he was having no more part of this, and he spent the rest of his war trying to protect people as well, through fucking around with the bureaucracy, through issuing false IDs, things like that. So you never hear, but like two of the worst people on Earth to exist in the 20th century, in a very long time, in fact, not just the 20th century, their siblings were some of the people that tried to stop the evil they were doing. Like, there is no genetic predisposition, well, maybe there's a genetic element, but there's, like, you know, it's like psychopathy or criminality, whatever. There might be a certain genetic element that makes you vulnerable to it, but at the end of the day, we're all human beings and we all have a choice. And especially if you're, like, fully functional, you don't have some sort of actual neurological disorder that limits your ability to function. We're all functional, and we're all able to make that decision for ourselves. You know, it's not what you're born as, it's what you decide to be. But that's not something people want to admit to, because then they can't make excuses for themselves. Or then they can't separate themselves out. Like, they don't have to acknowledge that, hey, you know, I already don't like this group of people, and if I was put in this position of power and somebody pissed me off enough, maybe I would do that to them. People don't want to think about that. It's difficult shit to consider, right? But it's easier just to turn them into otherized monsters and pretend that we can't possibly be the same. Oh, I was going to say, why don't I see the driver, but then I remember the driver's in the middle of the BMP3. Jump in the TKN. So at least we can see what's going on outside. It's the impact of the wave when it came out? Yeah. A lot of the German social movements throughout the late 20th century are really interesting because of the context of, you know, what was left over from World War II. A lot of other countries never had to deal with a reckoning like that. Infantry 178, crest of the hill.
Hello.
More Mr. Great, cheers for follow.
Wait, Ross, are you in my vehicle?
Yeah, I'm in the commander seat. I forgot to jump out. I was too busy talking to chat.
The fuck? What the hell? Oh my god. Oh shit.
It's amazing how many high-level Nazis got off basically scot-free because of Abnoa insisting on commutations. Yeah, so there's multiple layers behind that. One of them is a lot of the really nasty high-level Nazis had skills that the CIA and such wanted. And then, not just paperclip with scientists, but like actual dog-shit fucking genocidal Nazis were highly employable in the intelligence community. And part of it was Germans who felt that if the spotlight turned much more to either side, it would hit them. They were trying to cover themselves by covering people that were a lot more guilty than they were. On paper, maybe they were even less guilty than they were. You know, who knows? A lot of people got away with shit that they shouldn't have. So that was another element of it as well. Was the desire to kind of cover it all over and pretend that, oh, well, it's all been dealt with, you know. Just push it under the rug, it can be sorted out later. That's... I don't want to get into current events, but that's one of the reasons why people are like, oh, we can deal with the issues that Ukraine has politically later. Really? Can we? Like, I get they're in the middle of a war. I get that it's really bad. We don't want the Russians to subsume them and then God knows what'll happen, but at the same time, I'm really worried about the effect that this war's going to have on them over the long term. Like, politically, ideologically. It worries me. I don't want to see them become the thing they supposedly hate. What? Ah. Yeah, that should work. Eventually. The radio tower's fucking with our communications, so we need to kill it. Hey! Scorzeni was teaching Mossad? Yeah, he ended up teaching Mossad, I think. Like, just...
Good shit. Does anybody need Zeus? Ping again.
Unfortunately, when people need evil things done, it's a very specific skill set with a very limited number of experienced practitioners. And if that's the kind of thing you need done, then you probably aren't very scrupulous yourself.
I don't understand what DMC is doing with the BMD, using it like a fucking battering ram. But hey.
It's 345th. I have a vehicle. I must perform mounted assault.
Magnesium box gaming.
Promised a Wolfpack stream. Josh was going to play Wolfpack with me, but had to do some family stuff, which is totally cool. So we're probably going to do it either on the weekend or next week after Arma instead. And the guys were going to run anti-Stasi, so I figured we'd do some anti-Stasi today.
There's the jet.
We'll wait for our guys to come close and then we'll attack from this side.
Hopefully Ukraine will be compelled to abandon the corruption within their society due to the glare of global opinion.
We got 2 infantrymen and a BMP.
I feel like the opposite's happening. Now, I don't have a super great read of the Ukrainian political situation, and sources are biased enough to begin with, let alone what's going on now, so as ever, don't assume I know what I'm talking about, but from what I've seen and heard, even from, like, the pro side of the fence, it's not great, and there's been a lot of pushing of things kind of under emergency powers in terms of the economy, like selling stuff off. So, like, a lot of the country was already not doing the best economically, and a lot of its assets, its remaining assets, of which they've got even less now because they've been bombed to shit, have been sold off. And there's not really... Nope. No, just day sight.
I really shouldn't.
It's going to cause them a lot of problems in the future, but it just gets covered over because we can't print anything negative about them because that will undermine the war effort, right?
They actually made the thermals.
The fire moves DMZ.
They're more like real life.
Yeah. Yeah, I was using them, was it last time or the time before we were playing, and I was actually getting, like, thermal crossover where everything was about the same temperature. Because it was late in the day.
They are firing on 25s.
Copy.
I might be skids again, I might be hearing an armored vehicle to the north.
Taking machine gun fire.
Almost got RPG.
Another day in Chernobyl.
Piotr, there was a guy south of you.
Okay, copy that.
Turning out is always the best way.
Can you... Whoa! The gun's still active. Just point blank it, point blank it. Oh, never mind.
No, it's good, he's dead.
Jesus Christ.
What the fuck?
Guess who I ran into today? Who did you run into today?
Spawning in missions again, like a cretin.
Hey, hey, Spaghetti.
No, he's not.
That nearly deleted you. It was active.
I know. That's why I
You're inside. Oh no. Oh, my condolences. Can you still traverse the turret while I'm turned out?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. There's infantry down the hill to the south, Grim. These are CDF guys.
I have not gotten the pressure. Can you drag him out of the way?
I think I got him.
Yeah, actually, just drag him inside.
Slight issue with that. He's phased through the wall. I can't get to the click spot for it. In fact, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to medic him. I don't know if he's even alive.
He's on the inside now.
Not on my screen.
Okay, well I unfucked him. Thanks.
Oh no.
Ross, who killed me?
Oh no.
What?
Alex Haunted. He's still glitched through the wall ragdolled on my screen, but I can hear him walking around.
Yeah, I'm standing right next to you.
Nightmare, nightmare, nightmare!
Hey, Ross, hold
the ghost of squad leaders pass!
Ross, hold still. Hold still, hold still.
Oh god. Oh god. Your body's actually, like, your voice is originating from your fucking corpse as well.
No, I'm in front of you.
Yeah, I'm hearing you from my back
you know
left.
The thing I was bitching about? I'm currently doing it.
Like I can even do this.
Somebody
Hilo.
Hind west.
Yeah, seen.
Hard as fucked.
Another helo.
Another helo.
Yep.
They're all coming from west.
I'm gonna get on the 50 cal on this tower.
Yeah, eyes on west.
What the fuck is that? Is that a fucking Groza? Oh no, it's that thing. Update, I can't get to the top of the tower.
Okay, apparently they're in permanent. Oh my god!
Oh, there we go. No, there we don't go.
I swear to god, if that thing dismounts troops, I'm gonna kill it myself. They dismounted 50 meters in the air. Okay. Oh, my time has come. A following BMD. Metis time. Where? Northwest.
Come on.
Shit! Shit. The castle is in the way. It dropped down beneath the tree line anyway.
I'm not gonna be able to hit him. Oh, I won't be able to. Oh, fuck!
Metis time.
Probably not gonna do anything much to him, but.
DMC, you and me, baby.
There's a fucking L39. L39 above us.
The C-130 and L-39 are frozen on my screen. And the C-130 is busted. Oh my.
I knew that was gonna happen.
Grim, you're taking Vog fire.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to pick up Ross.
I love armor.
I'm reversing over a guy right now. I killed him. I'm out.
I got you, Ross.
The guy that was voguing me
It's the worst aspect of the country and embarrassing to the global community. That might work to mitigate the worst. The global community has a very high threshold for shame, my friend. Very high threshold for shame. In fact, you might call them shameless. Especially in some of the shit they've been pushing. I think it's less that they will get pulled up to the level of everyone else, which is kind of a fallacy in itself, because everyone else is, like, dirty as fuck. More like, it will average down. Which it really, I don't want it to. Not just because it'll fuck us over, but because it'll fuck them over. They really deserve better. They've deserved better since the fucking 90s. They've deserved better since before the fucking 90s. But they just never end up getting it.
They're in a field past tree line.
Oh, anti-war books about US soldiers in Vietnam. Tiger Force. Tiger Force, man, that's a fucking read and a half. Holy shit.
A BMP is an APC. No, it's an
IFV.
Same fucking thing. It's all a tank. It's a tank, and it came from the sky.
Sorry about the lack of... Don't worry about it, man. It's all good. You gotta do what you gotta do. Fuck, if I lived closer to my family, I'd probably still spend more time with them as well. It's a good thing. Next weekend's gonna be stressful for me. Parents are having a celebration thingy, but this time next week should work. Sweet. Should be good for me as well. Because it gives me something I can do straight away after Arma, so I actually have a planned stream for once.
Coming back, Rosh. Are you still alive?
I think part of it's a loss of moral compass because you try to orient yourself based on your environment, and your environment becomes corrupted, so do you. Yeah, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. And, like, that's true of anyone. It's very true of me. Like, the more angry I get, the more willing I am to fucking... ignore certain things, put it that way. Like, I am very, very, very aware of what I am capable of if you give me the means to do it. Very aware. I'm also very aware of if I'm in a particularly suitable mood for it, I will do it.
Plane.
In spite of knowing, oh, this is bad, this is wrong, this is whatever. Like, in the moment, I don't care. And I'll find a way to justify it, just like any human will.
I'm guessing we capture the castle.
It's just a mess. Like, it's... Neither country, in terms of the... Hello. In terms of the actual population, like the actual population, not the government, not the economy, but the population, neither country benefits from this. In fact, it hurts both of them really badly. The government benefits. The powers that be economically, they benefit. You know, even with sanctions this and sanctions that, or the destruction of warfare, people get rich off that. War is a fucking racket. It's a very profitable one. War is the most profitable activity humans have ever invented. So, the populations of both countries are getting fucked, while their politicians just amass more and more personal power, and their respective oligarchs get wealthier and wealthier. And also, you know, then their respective supporting countries make a killing off selling weapons to them as well. It's just such a shit situation. But at the same time, you can't exactly just let it go. Because of the kinds of fucking really yikes ideas involved, right? The whole ideology of the thing is bad enough. You don't want to just let them do their thing. You can't do the whole Neville Chamberlain appeasal thing. I'll take my big L on predicting that the Russians were just bluffing and saying that, oh, well, we shouldn't do, you know, we shouldn't do this and we shouldn't do that. We shouldn't aggravate them. Well, too fucking late now, isn't it? My moral compass is simple. We stood with Vietnam in '64 and we stand with Ukraine now. My moral compass boils down to, ultimately, if I'm presented a choice, whichever option causes the least amount of harm to the least amount of people is the correct choice. That's it. That's as simple as it is. And people who, like, when I'm making the decision between who I consider to be a worthy human being and who I think should be thrown into a fucking lake, the metric there is what would that person do if you put them in a room with someone or something more vulnerable than them and told them that whatever that happened in that room stayed in that room. You know, whatever they want to do, they can do it.
Location.
Yikes, Ross. I think Ross just...
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm not okay.
One hit on it.
Yeah, BMP is engine out. I ain't getting hit by 30 mil.
User disconnected from your channel.
Graham, what bearing?
Arma 3 and a head tracker, yeah. For a long time I didn't use my head tracker in Arma 3 because I find it kind of discombobulating having my weapon and my head separated. But after a while I got sick of disabling it when I was playing like DCS, and when I'm medicing I need to be able to look around, so I've just got used to using it now.
I think it's enough for me after we recapture this outpost.
I think I already had that attitude, Josh, but I think it became more, like, resolute and clearer, and I found it easier to describe to people after. Because, yeah, that is pretty similar to Anita's outlook, I think. But that's pretty much how I've been for a long time, is just, like, if you have the power to do something really horrible to someone and you don't do it, that makes you a good person. If you have the power to do something really horrible to someone and get away with it and you do it, then you're garbage. Simple.
Is that you, DMC?
That's my criteria for whether I think somebody is deserving human rights or not, is how well they respect the rights of someone that is defenseless to them.
Yeah, I see I see the smoke in there.
Didn't know you can use it? Yeah. That's an angry Su-25. Hide under here, I think.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yep. Yo, what's up? That Su-25 was literally just a fucking... like, I didn't see it, I literally just saw the rockets firing out of it.
There's a BMP-3, another BMP-3, I think, because they exploded and then the 30mm engaged.
I'm on top of the tower that appears to now be...
Society is judged by how well it treats its weakest elements. Yep, and there are very few societies in the world that pass that test. In fact, there may even be none at this point. B32 BME, cheers for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Be advised, I believe, to fix the problems like teleporting, we need to garbage clean, perhaps forced.
I'll perform a garbage clean.
Please do not delete Makar.
There's a toe popper, I think. I'm just not going to walk any further up that way. Thankfully, the toe poppers appear not to be actually doing damage to my toes.
Grim, if you're the commander, can you do it?
I'm considering just
What
going
exactly
back
don't you see in this menu?
the Bison.
Hey, like rockets or something.
Alright, I'll see you guys later. I'm about
Yes, 25 incoming again.
Thanks for that. I'll see you guys sometime later.
There's a... Hey, there might be a dog patrol coming. There's a dog fucking northwest.
What northwest?
A dog northwest. There might be a patrol around here. Unless it was from one that was already killed.
That did not improve things greatly.
I saw what DMZ was talking about, the fucking SU-25 was shooting the 30mm backwards.
Oh wait, now it's better. Now I have 17 FPS.
It takes some time to react.
Taking fire from the southwest infantry.
Be careful, there's mines. Like so.
I'm stepping on toe poppers.
Don't shoot a dog, no matter how many times you try to kill it. How many times it tries to kill you? No, we shoot them on sight. We're the ATF in this game. Zero. They will detect you for the patrols, so they get shot. Blame the bad guys for using doggos for wartime purposes. It's clearly their fault. I'm not getting back on that 50 cal. I've learnt my lesson. With the US and Iraq.
DMZ help.
Oh, I think they shot more than just dogs.
Infantry close.
This 225's getting palsy.
No, just over.
Okay, the AA track just got fucking hit by some magical missile.
Real close, southwest, inside the castle, infantry.
They're not inside, they're just out.
Oh, like right on the wall.
That's the L-39, by the way. Oh. If you got hit by a magic missile, that's the L-39.
Seems like it's clear. Still hear a chopper east.
How about we call it a game tonight and try to run it on the headless by another day?
I guess I couldn't get the headless client working.
C-Mob already bought it.
Oh shit.
We just gotta, we didn't run on it tonight because we weren't able to import the save, but we can try another time.
To be honest, I wouldn't mind starting fresh just on a new map.
We're so close to beating it.
That we pretty much did.
Fuck, it's gonna be behind cover. Motherfucker.
Fucking hell, it goes fast.
I need to come around to the left.
Right, I'm gonna also go. I have a map to make.
See ya.
Hi.
I think that missed.
User disconnected from your channel.
Shit. Should probably get up on that tower. That's probably the best way to see it. Or up on the wall or something.
Ross,
Yeah?
did you hit him?
I have no idea, I don't think so.
Are you still unaware of the fact that I'm right next to you?
I can't see you, dude. You're invisible.
So that's funny because I would...
Now I see you!
Where's conflict?
Southwest, they're walking inside the wall.
Shit. Plane crashed into the castle.
Fuck. My frames.
Yeah, Ross, these are the paratroopers. Yeah, the Su-35 is on top of the fucking tower.
Holy shit, you're not wrong.
Let's hijack. What's that?
I think it's a helicopter firing at us. Or something, or it cooking off, I don't know.
K-52, K-52. Southwest.
Oh, I see it.
Have you got AA?
Mm-hmm. And I lost lock right as I fired. I'm fucked up. Objective for the mission, we need to liberate the map. In this particular, this specific task was to take this castle, but it is not going well, as you might be able to tell. Shit, Alex is down too. Capture the flag, sort of. It's like a persistent guerrilla campaign where we have to retake our country from the fucking invaders. We're fighting a four-way war. The Russians, the Chernorussians, the fucking Chidaki, and then us. We're the Napa guys from Arma 2. I think the CDF, like the Chernorus Defense Force, I think them and the Russians fight each other. I'm pretty sure they do. No Americans, thank God, or it would be a fucking five-way war, which would be unpleasant. Yeah, we're guerrillas, but we're relatively well-equipped guerrillas because it's quite late game at this point. Oh, shit, I'm out of bandages. Might have to pilfer some off a body. Where the fuck did I get a Glock 17 from? I don't remember picking that up. Alex is dead. Let's see. Oh, he had a fucking ATGM. Yeah, he is. He is. Piotr was as well, so he was wearing black Adidas and Alec was wearing red. Had the matching set. So we can survive long enough to get back to base at least. Eastern European, yeah. I mean, we're playing on the Chernoruss map, so the setting's Eastern European, but also we just tend to use like gear that we think looks cool. So he's rolling with that, and I've got like the sort of Vietnam setup going on. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here before we get blown up again. So this is where we are, Devil's Castle. Convoy escort, Jesus. The Igla tube's spent, so we can get rid of that. I'm not sure actually, how much weight am I carrying? Reasonable amount. I'm not sure how much that cornet. Oh no, that's not a cornet, that's a metis. Sorry, I'm not sure how much the metis weighs. Or if it's even got a missile in the tube. Oh, it does have a missile in the tube, but it's mega heavy. I might keep it anyway, just in case I run into a tank. What's happening to my south? Oh, that's probably the fucking convoy. Oh, you're talking about D&D. I wonder what you guys were talking about. Jesus. Hello again.
We game
Man, that could have gone a lot better.
Oh, are you trying to get on? Sorry, this is on your pooper. So
No, I know.
date.
Even though I should be able to ride in the front of it.
Ugh. Has there been much more contact?
I think that was the last of him. I think it's cleared out here.
We got shot at.
Yeah, yeah. You guys probably came up from the south. That's where that convoy's going through, isn't it?
Yeah, came from Brishino.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, there's a ZSU literally like aimed down that fucking route that we could use to schwack them.
Oh my.
Hmm?
Ross is sprinting in slow motion.
Really?
User disconnected from your
Weird. Oh, your body, Alec, your body fucking materialized out of thin air in front of me when you got killed.
That's very funny.
What game is this? This is Arma 3, but we're playing the anti-Stasi game mode, which is like a guerrilla war. Southish to hit that road, see if the convoy comes through.
Sure enough, I will grab our ATV and try to stop it. Piotr, come on.
What are we doing?
Stopping the convoy.
Yeah, fair.
They have a great big convoy, and we wish to prevent it rocking through the night.
Understandable.
Oh wait.
See you, man.
User disconnected from your channel.
What the fuck's going on over there? It's way to the east, so it's probably the factory being engaged. Is that a vehicle down there? Is that us here? Or is that you?
Yeah, there's a vehicle there.
It's decrewed, right?
Yeah, I hit it with a mortar on the side.
Okay.
Come on. Do we need to
Come
go?
on.
Just pick a spot on the road. Tell me to go there.
I don't know, to be honest. I'm trying to figure out where'd be the best spot. Probably like almost like the tree line we just came out of, and then look down the road as they come past that ZU. It's a pretty narrow road.
Do you want to use this to engage the convoy?
Well, I picked up your metas, so we can use that if there's armor. But yeah, we could use this too, maybe.
This will kill just about anything. Or, no, medicine.
I'll hop off. Oop. I said that a bit late. I jumped off. I'll bring this thing along behind.
Copy, I'll scout out ahead.
Yeah, Ross, can you wait for me? Because I'm currently schwalking.
Armored myself when I jumped out of that. Hey, Screaming Chase.
Found him.
Excellent. Fall back and bring him up this way.
It was infantry, it was a PK.
Ah, okay. I'm going okay.
Right side of the road up ahead.
Here comes Spaghetti.
Oh,
This thing's immobile, fuck it. I'll leave it here.
God
Ross, I am hiding behind a pile of grass.
Any chance you can put smoke or something on them? So I can just rake the tree line?
White smoke out.
Is that on you or on them?
About halfway between.
Okay.
West of me.
Okay. I'm just gonna rake that tree line.
Do it. Good effect.
Reloading. Okay, they're angry at me now.
Better you than me. Oh, weapon jam.
It's alright, I think I have their full and undivided attention now.
Oh my god, I
Fucking
saw
tree.
movement and I just shot a rabbit.
Can I destroy that tree? Sadly, the tree blocking my vision is apparently invincible. It's nearly out of ammo, don't bother. Okay, now it is out of ammo. Gun's empty, we're coming up on foot. Yes. Apparently I hit something, but mostly just suppressing. Getting their attention off of Alec, so he could find a better position.
I have arrived. I have shot them. These guys have good armor.
Contact front!
Just get RPG. Ross?
No, we had a single dude run out in front of us and start shooting.
Oh, that's Alex firing rockets. Hold on the rockets, dude.
Yeah, hold on rockets, we're just moving through that area.
All received.
CDF. Someone, not Gilson to DM. Why wouldn't you want Gilson to DM? I'm sure it would be lots of fun if Gilson DM'd. I get the impression the guys are gonna want to close down the server pretty soon because most of them have already gone to bed. I think only Alec and Alex might be able to shut the server down, I'm not sure. So we're probably not going to be on too much longer, and I'm not going to stream anything else after this today. I've got some stuff to do. So next stream will probably be either on the weekend or next Arma stream. I have a feeling it's going to be next Arma stream though, because I've got a lot of stuff coming up. So sorry for anyone that got debated by the announcement. Wolfpack was the plan today, but real life is more important, so that's going to be pushed over to the next stream, and then possibly we'll get in some Snow Runner or something after that. And I do need to pick up High Fleet again, I know.
You appear to be a bit dead.
Slightly.
Is that motherfucker? Yo, my main man, Alec, what if I pop one of your fucking wheels? Oh, no. He has found my weakness. I'll help him.
Where are we meeting this convoy? I think there is a convoy.
Is it no convoy?
I mean...
The ZU-23 truck was reported to be the convoy escort.
Oh,
Let me
right.
look on, let me take a look here.
We've been bamboozled. The fuck do I have a Glock? Where did that even come from?
Where is the convoy purported?
Probably turned one of my rocket flares into one. Light frost grenades. Ooh.
Yeah, I think we've already taken it out.
I see no evidence of any convoy, but there is hilariously a BMD stuck in a tree. Like its parachute is stuck in a tree.
Beautiful.
Over the castle. That's the one that came down earlier and we never saw it again. He's still hung up there.
What should we do with that?
What's the go then? What's our suggestion? We want to take that armor, or do we just want to call it?
Take what armor?
Shilka at the airbase. It's a mission. Steal or destroy a Shilka at the airbase.
We shall steal and or destroy a Shilka.
Very nice.
Turn around, lads.
I had never actually played D&D before, to be honest. I think my sister plays, but I haven't. Contact rear, it's just small arms. Guys in the forest, probably. Yeah, I think it's just a dude in the forest. Or a couple dudes in the forest behind us.
What is this fucking drive?
Catch you later, man. Yeah, well, looking forwards to it. We did really well last time, considering I don't think either of us have played for a long time, and I have no idea what I'm doing. If only the torpedoes had found their targets. I think you shot them pretty well. Like, looking at where the steam trails went, like the bubble trails went from the steam torpedoes, I think those were in the right general ballpark. But just the fact that they had such a wide spread on them, and that the convoy was zigzagging so aggressively is what made them miss. Good question. There's some high. Oh fuck!
Yeah,
That's
no,
behind us.
From the right.
Yeah, it's behind us.
You good?
Yeah, we're good. Just taking small arms fire from behind to the right in the tree line. Get us up on this hill, like off our 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. We can survey from there. Just try not to expose us too much to the airfield.
Alright, I don't see the airfield.
It's on the other side of this
Oh, is that
valley.
the warehouses? Is that a
Yeah,
warehouse?
yeah.
Hangars?
Those are the hangars.
Okay, so, I don't know, I don't think we have a hill high enough to
Oh,
see.
actually, we could get right up on it, because that hill there on the left kind of overlooks...
Definitely.
Well, it's right behind the hangars, so it'll be pretty close range, but, like, we can get right up on them.
Cool.
Guys, if you follow us on, there's a good little hill that we can approach them.
Copy.
Right. Because they're going to be aggro this vehicle quickly, I think we should dismount here, maybe?
Yep. Helicopter audio... northeast. No eyes on it, though. .50 cal south on a tower.
Okay.
Careful on approach, guys, there's a 50 cal.
Where's this 50 cal?
To our south, it's on a tower.
I can try to take it out.
If you go for my barrack, man.
Okay, hold on. What distance is that?
I think we should just open up.
Reasonably close.
Probably 450.
Yeah. I'll do a follow-up shot when you...
To that tower, not even close.
Yeah, that's 75 meters, dude.
Okay.
I'm gonna get close and put my barrack on it. Crossfire. That went straight for the window.
I'm pointing my red dot right on his.
I got an RPG-18. Hang on. Oh, there's one to the right too.
West.
Fuck.
I got them.
Get the one to the west. He's got me pinned.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, get him though, but he's got me pinned.
Yeah, copy that.
He's really high up. He's on one of the light towers, I think. Like one of the spotlight towers.
No, it's the big cargo tower.
Mortars!
Run. I'm getting the fuck out of here. God damn.
I'm fucking off to that guard tower that we killed.
Going for the fence.
It's all clear my side if anything.
Shit. Like, no mags. None that are actually filled. I just realized I'm on my last mag and it's only half full. Should have noticed that earlier. Should have checked. Silly fucking thing.
More mortars.
Yeah, the mortars are inside the airfield itself. Oh, that was a mistake. The 50 cal's big angry.
Huge amount of infantry.
How much ammo can you carry? Depends on like what equipment you have and how heavy it all is. I think I started with like 10 mags or something and I shot through most of it.
There's a huge amount of infantry next to the hangars.
That 50 cal has a hate burner for me, I need it dead. I can't get a clear angle to shoot back because I'm through trees.
I cannot kill these people with fucking APR rounds.
10 mags, 300 rounds-ish, somewhere in that ballpark. Because I think I had a couple 20 rounders. Fuck. That was my last smoke grenade. Can't actually see the gunner to shoot him off. I'd have to headshot him because they're wearing body armor and the gun itself will shield him.
I got
infantry around it.
Oh my god, the shotgun.
Okay, I'm slowly crawling through the trees to get up on that tower. We'll get up next to it.
The Shilka's trying to target me. Tower gunners down. Tower gunners down.
Okay. Where's the Shilka?
No idea. Don't want to know.
If you can cover me while I get to the tower, I've got the metis. I'll hit it.
It's close. I hear it. By the buildings, guys.
I think that's Piotr I see. Alright, I'm coming up to the gate by that tower. There's infantry inside.
Piotr's unconscious.
And I don't have any fucking grenades. However, there's enemy infantry with me. So I might be able to loot his weapon. Hopefully whoever's in there doesn't see my feet. Ugh, this thing. Gross. Oh, he'll have ammo for me. He'll have 5.5... No, wait, this is 6.8, isn't it?
So far, yeah.
5.56, can I... No, not compatible. Take the VHS.
Ross.
Yeah.
RPG 75, is that heat or
Heat, but it's kind of weak. Oh shit! They've learned how to climb ladders. What the fuck?
Are you alive?
Yeah, I'm good. One of them was just climbing up onto the fucking control tower, or onto the fire station.
Oh, there's a... Oh my god, they destroyed one of the hangars. It's got an L-39 in it. Oh. I've been shot.
Shit! I'm being engaged.
Is it literally the Shilka that's just sending rounds out like crazy?
Yes.
It's shooting my wall.
If it's any consolation, it's also just about fragging the guys that are engaging me. Fuck! If only I had a grenade. How did the fire station collapse? The Shilka probably blasted it. Smaller diameter rounds usable? Yes, usually. So the guys we're fighting have like really pretty high level body armor, so 5.56 is kind of iffy. Probably isn't as good as it should be against them. But yeah, like you can get away with using 5.56, which is what I was doing, or 5.45. Like, I could carry way more than 10 mags, but then I wouldn't be able to carry any of my medical supplies or my launchers or anything. Because you're limited by the amount of space your equipment takes up. And each, like, uniform or bit of load-bearing equipment has a certain capacity to it. And you're also limited by the amount of weight. Because if you carry too much, your dude can't move. He just runs out of stamina and falls over. 7.62 is the preferred? Not really. Even it will struggle against some of the armor. And then you've got more recoil and you're carrying less ammo, relatively speaking. So it's swings and roundabouts, really. I prefer the lighter stuff. I'm going to bleed out here, probably. No air support? No. We can get it sometimes, but, like, it's pretty limited because it is a guerrilla campaign, right? And we're supposed to be this upstart rebel group. We do control a small airfield, so once we control an airfield, we can call in, like, a little fucking, like a Cessna or something that drops bombs, which is pretty funny. But that's about it. Like, we don't have a lot in terms of air support or artillery. It's mostly organic. And so with less people on the server, because most of them have gone to bed, it's kind of difficult doing stuff like this. I was hoping we'd get further into the airbase without being brassed up, but those 50 cal towers just kind of fucked us. We're going to bleed out here. Yeah, Anti-Stasi tends to involve a lot of dying over and over again to get missions done, but it's fun. And then, like, there's usually a point in the campaign, especially when there's a lot of players on, where you hit this critical mass and suddenly you can start actually taking on whole garrisons and having a pretty reasonable chance of winning. Zerg Rush? Sort of. Sometimes you can get away with it, sometimes you can't. Catch you later, Cotty. I'm probably going to end the stream in a minute anyway, because I'm going to bleed out here and I think I am about done for the day. Whew.
I'm moving up to the hangars, Peter.
I need to give myself some chance to pretend I'm a functional human.
Approaching Alec from the north block. Good shit.
Yeah, split out. I just died. I think that'll be me for the day. I'll catch you guys later. We'll spawn back in and get our gear back, and then we'll find someone to raid, I think. I spawned wearing the same gear that Alec had. Tactical knowledge approach is 0. Mine's not much. Like, no! It is grossly overstated. I have a very recklessly aggressive playstyle in everything I play. What was I using? This was my kit. So this is what I was using. So like I said, we're going with the kind of mostly Vietnam or like the US infantry in Germany in the late 70s, early 80s kind of aesthetic. Which is also helpful because the guys we're fighting are mostly using Eastern Bloc equipment. Both the Russians and the Chernorussians, and I think even the Chidaki are using mostly Soviet and Russian gear. Live, die, try again. Exactly. Alright, so we're going to just do that, and then we're going to hit a personal save on this. Which is not that menu, it's this menu. There we go.
Be off of one of these people.
Alright, I'll catch you guys next time.
See you later, alligator.
Alright.
Disconnected.
Alright, who's online? Yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. Hope you'll have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay safe. I will catch you whenever I catch you, probably like same time next week. But we'll see if we can get one in over the weekend. And we will definitely try and get some Wolfpack going. Oh, I know where I'll send you. Reeve is live playing Outward. So I'm going to send you over to Reeve. Reeve has been streaming for ages. Really chill guy. Plays some pretty varied games, bit of everything. And really deserves a lot more viewers than he has. So I'm going to send you guys his way. And I will see you, like I said, probably same time next week. Thanks again for hanging out with me. I hope you enjoyed the usual armor chaos with the monkey squad. Let me just get this raid set up. Imagine being prepared. Couldn't be me. Literally couldn't be me. Oh, he has raids turned off. That's a shame. Otherwise, I'd be able to drop all you guys on him. What I can do is give him a shout out. I think there's like an official tool to do that now, but I'm like a monkey and I don't know how to use that. There's like a button or something. So I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. So who can we drop a raid on? Mike Delta's on, but I don't know how much longer he's going to be online for, because usually he tends to get off right about now. Might send you guys to Tempest today, and then next time I'm on a bit earlier, so I know he's going to be on for a while, I'll send you guys Mike Delta's way if I can, because it's been a while since we said hi to him. And he's basically got a server up and running to try and fill in for Alpins. I haven't been able to play on it yet, but I do need to one of these days. It's, I think it's called Dogs of War. It's worth checking out. It's built on a lot of the same sort of mission architecture, if you will, as Alpins was. There we go. Right, I'll send you off to Tempest. He is currently in the MiG-21, so the kind of thing you've come to expect here, you'll see over there at the moment. Once again, thanks guys, have a wonderful day, and I'll catch you on the next one.